You've probably felt it when you and a friend remember the same moment in completely different ways. Truth can feel like an anchor, solid, unmoving. But what if it's actually more like a mirror, reflecting our beliefs, biases, and experiences? For centuries, philosophers have wrestled with this. Is truth a set of unshakable facts out there, or something we construct together? Imagine two people reading the same news story. One sees a threat, the other sees opportunity. Both point to the same words, yet they walk away convinced of opposite realities. Psychologically, this taps into confirmation bias. Our brains naturally favour information that fits what we already believe. That doesn't make one of you wrong. It shows how truth can shift with perspective. Philosophers talk about correspondence theory, where truth matches reality, and coherence theory, where truth aligns with a consistent story. Then there's pragmatism, which asks what works best in practice. In everyday life, these ideas collide when we weigh evidence against intuition, or when we question the stories we tell ourselves. Cognitive dissonance reminds us that holding two conflicting truths creates discomfort, nudging us to refine or defend our view. So what is truth? It isn't just the facts you collect, nor the gut feeling you trust. Truth is a process, questioning, testing, listening, and adjusting. It's less a destination than a lifelong conversation between what's out there and what's within you. Embracing that journey means staying curious, admitting when you're wrong, and finding common ground in the space where different perspectives meet. Every sunrise you see is more than light hitting your eyes. It's your brain weaving a story from signals it barely understands. What feels solid and true is constantly being edited behind the scenes by your senses, memory, and unspoken expectations. Our minds act like authors, filling in missing details, smoothing edges, even inventing colours that aren't there. That's why two people looking at the same painting can swear they see different shades. In psychology, this reveals the power of top-down processing, where what you believe guides what you perceive. Consider the famous illusion where straight lines appear to bow, or how a melody played backwards sounds like gibberish until your brain pieces it together. These tiny tricks expose a larger truth. Reality is not simply given. It's co-created by you and your brain. Philosophers from Plato's cave to modern thinkers have asked, if you could be a brain in a vat, fed only electric signals, would you know the difference? Science suggests you might not. Your experience of the world relies on patterns you expect. Confirmation bias nudges you toward information that fits while ignoring the rest. This doesn't make the world unreal. It makes it more remarkable. By understanding the invisible machinery of perception, you gain freedom from assumptions. Every moment becomes an invitation to look closer, to question the shapes and shadows your mind casts. Reality isn't a monologue. It's a conversation between you and the universe. Imagine watching a movie where you are both the actor and the audience, yet every line of dialogue was written before you stepped onto the set. That paradox sits at the heart of the free will debate. On one side, every thought, choice, and decision feels spontaneous. You reach for your morning coffee because you want it. Your mind seems to paint the world in real time. But neuroscience reveals a different story. In the 1970s, researchers discovered that the brain prepares for action before we become aware of deciding. Suddenly, the feeling of choosing looks more like an afterthought. Does that mean free will is an illusion? Not necessarily. Consider your daily commute. You have habit roots etched in your mind. But when something unexpected happens, a sudden road closure, you pause, weigh options, and veer off the familiar path. That moment of reflection, however brief, shows your capacity to respond rather than simply react. Psychologically, this mirrors how our sense of agency is constructed, a narrative we tell ourselves to make sense of complex signals. When we acknowledge the hidden forces shaping our choices, we gain a kind of freedom. It is not absolute freedom of a blank slate, but a freedom born from self-awareness. Choosing becomes less about escaping causality and more about shaping it. And that subtle shift changes everything. Choice is never blind. It is a conversation between who we are and who we want to become. Freedom lives in the questions we ask ourselves. Walking home at night, you pause under a sky so vast it humbles you. It's a question you've whispered in your mind. Why do we exist? That feeling of smallness sparks something deeper, a longing for meaning in every breath. Philosophers have wrestled with this across centuries, some arguing existence comes first, then meaning follows our choices, while others see absurdity at the heart of it all. But here's the reframe. Existence isn't a puzzle with a single solution. It's an invitation to shape your own purpose. Imagine someone who wakes before dawn to care for a community garden. They don't have cosmic certainties, just a desire to nurture life, to leave a small patch of earth richer than they found it. In that simple act, they carve meaning out of the everyday. Psychologically, creating purpose like this fuels motivation and resilience because we feel our actions matter beyond ourselves. Existential thought tells us that when we accept uncertainty, we gain freedom. When we embrace life's questions instead of fearing them, we step into authorship of our own story. That's why we read poetry, help a friend, or pursue a passion. We're singing back to existence, answering the call of our own curiosity. Existence doesn't demand proof. It asks for engagement. The real mystery isn't whether we have a cosmic reason, it's how we choose to fill the silence. So every sunrise becomes a chance to answer that question for yourself, one act of meaning at a time. Some mornings you might wake before sunrise and stare at the ceiling, wondering why any of this matters. The idea that life has no inherent meaning can feel like an empty echo in your bones. Philosophers call this nihilism. They say there's no grand design, no cosmic blueprint guiding our steps. It's natural to feel unsettled, but what if that emptiness is exactly where freedom lives? Imagine someone who finishes work, shuts their laptop, and feels a sudden weight of nothingness. Instead of fighting it, they pour a mug of tea and choose to notice the steam curling upward. They tell a friend a silly joke. They paint a few strokes on a blank canvas. These small moments become their own purposes, tiny acts of meaning crafted out of the void. Psychologically, creating personal rituals like this helps anchor us when larger answers elude us. Nihilism isn't a prison, it's a blank page. When nothing is given, we're free to write our own script. That freedom can feel daunting, but it also opens doors to authenticity. We choose mercy or laughter. We choose curiosity over despair. We choose connection over silence. In every decision, we trace the outline of what matters most. Life without meaning doesn't have to be bleak. It's an invitation, an opportunity to fill the silence with our own story. Because the real journey isn't uncovering a hidden purpose, it's creating one moment by moment. A single beam of light filters through a cracked window, scattering colours on a dusty floor. You lean closer, wondering if what you see is real or a trick of the light. For centuries, thinkers have proposed that life itself might be an illusion. In ancient India, texts spoke of Maya, a cosmic dream veiling ultimate reality. In Plato's allegory of the cave, prisoners mistake shadows for substance until one breaks free and glimpses the world beyond. Descartes imagined that every moment could be a dream, guided by a clever deceiver manipulating our senses. Then there's the modern twist. The simulation hypothesis suggests our reality could be coded lines, running in some far-off computer. Pixels masquerading as people, experiences rendered in digital brushstrokes. If everything is an illusion, some feel it strips life of its meaning, but others see a hidden gift. When certainty dissolves, we become explorers in a landscape of wonder. Every sunrise, every laugh, every heartbreak becomes a pixel in our own story. Awareness of illusion can deepen appreciation. If life is a play of images, our acts gain vibrancy precisely because they're fleeting. Illusion or reality, the mystery remains. Maybe the question isn't whether the world outside is real, but how we choose to live in the world we sense. Whether shadows or substance, our choices echo through the brightness and the dark, weaving meaning from the very act of watching the light dance. Imagine standing at the edge of a familiar room and realizing you're seeing it for the first time. That sudden clarity is the essence of consciousness. It's more than just noticing shapes or sounds. It's the thread that weaves sensory input, memories and emotions into a living tapestry of self. We often take consciousness for granted, assuming our inner world simply exists. Philosophers have long wondered whether this spark of awareness is a byproduct of our neural machinery or something beyond the physical brain. Picture yourself lost in a melody, utterly immersed in each rise and fall of the notes. In that moment, you're not just hearing music. You are the music, fully present to its contours and feelings. Psychologically, this ability to reflect on our own thoughts is called metacognition. It's what allows us to turn our attention inward and marvel at the act of thinking itself. Some theories suggest consciousness emerges from complex patterns of neural activity, while others propose that awareness is a fundamental feature of reality. Whatever the explanation, consciousness shapes how we connect with the world and with one another. It fuels empathy when we feel another's joy or pain and inspires the self-reflection that guides our choices. In every breath, every sensation, every dream, consciousness is the silent companion that makes life meaningful. To be conscious is to witness the miracle of existence from within. Labels surround you like tiny name tags: daughter, manager, traveller. You slip into them each morning before the mirror, letting your role shape your day. It's natural to build a life around titles and preferences, but beneath these layers, there's a quieter truth: the self that notices them. Philosophically, our sense of identity is often a story we tell ourselves, stitched together from memories, fears, and hopes. Psychologically, this narrative feels real because our brains rely on patterns and self-concepts to navigate the world. Take a moment to imagine stepping off a stage where applause fades and spotlights dim. All that applause was for a persona you embodied, a version of you that danced between lines. When the crowd leaves, what remains is not applause or its echo, but your own breath and attention. That steady presence doesn't don titles or chase accolades. It simply observes. This shift from performing roles to noticing the performer changes everything. It frees us from rigid beliefs about who we must be and invites curiosity about who we truly are at any moment. You begin to see that identity isn't a fixed portrait, but a living canvas, open to brush strokes of change. In the end, asking, "Who am I really?" is not an endpoint, but an ongoing conversation between your story and the awareness listening at its core. And in that dialogue, you discover the freedom to repaint the self again and again, in richer, more authentic hues. We wander through life expecting reality to be an unchangeable stage. Philosophy and psychology reveal our mind isn't just a spectator, it's the director. What we focus on, the patterns we notice, and the stories we tell ourselves all colour the world we perceive. On a busy street, two people might walk side by side and see completely different realities. One sees danger in every passing face. The other notices moments of kindness. This shift in perception isn't magic. It's the brain's way of making sense of infinite input. Psychologists call this cognitive framing, and it shows that our beliefs literally sculpt our experiences. The same principle plays out in everyday life. Imagine searching for a new car. Suddenly you spot that model everywhere. Your mind became a filter, tuning into possibilities you were primed to see. This is driven by the reticular activating system, which highlights what we expect and filters out what we overlook. It happens in science too. Placebo effects emerge when people believe a treatment will heal them. Their minds trigger real changes in bodies, proving thought can reshape reality. And in classrooms, students who tell themselves they can learn persist longer, tackling challenges instead of avoiding them. The implications are huge. Our happiness, relationships, even health hinge on this principle. By choosing an open lens instead of a closed one, we invite new possibilities to emerge. When you change your mind, you change your world. Mind shapes reality, so choose your inner narrative wisely. Light dancing through a prism fractures a beam into myriad colours. Beautiful, but not the prism itself. In a similar way, what you call reality is less a faithful record of the world and more a masterful guess your mind crafts from scattered signals. Your eyes deliver flashes of light, your ears whispers of sound, and your brain stitches these fragments into a coherent story. Psychologically, this is how perception works. You fill in gaps, smooth rough edges, and filter data through past experiences. Consider the classic optical illusion, where two identical lines appear different lengths, because your mind follows hidden rules of depth and perspective. That simple trick reveals how context shapes what we believe to be truth. Philosophers from Plato's cave to 21st century cognitive scientists remind us that every experience is mediated. It's not that the world doesn't exist outside your mind, it's that the world as you know it arises inside your mind. This realization isn't a ticket to paranoia, it's a gateway to wonder. When we recognize reality as an illusion woven by sensation and interpretation, we become curious about the palette our brain uses. We notice the invisible strokes, the bias in a memory, the blind spot in sight, the emotion tinting a moment. Reality, it turns out, is a living tapestry of perception, inviting us to see again and uncover the layers beneath what seems given. In that unveiling, we find both humility and awe. Sometimes it feels like your mind is a crowded dance floor, with each thought elbowing for attention. Thoughts control you until you notice them. It begins with that inner belief that every idea deserves to be believed as fact. What if I'm not good enough? What if they judge me? Those loops shape our feelings and actions, but it doesn't have to stay that way. In philosophy and psychology, a simple shift reframes the drama. You are not your thoughts, you observe them. Imagine Emma preparing for a presentation. Her mind spins warnings about forgetting her words. As anxiety rises, she nearly cancels. Then she catches herself and says, "This is just thought, not reality." That pause transforms angst into focus. The idea at work is metacognitive awareness, taught in cognitive behavioral therapy. Psychologically, noticing thoughts as passing events weakens their control and opens space for calm and choice. Across traditions, from Stoicism to modern mindfulness, this insight appears again and again. Instead of being buffeted by every mental breeze, you learn to stand steady. You watch ideas come, recognize distortions like magnifying a risk or dwelling on a past mistake, and gently return to the present. This practice doesn't require silence, but it does ask for curiosity and kindness toward yourself. When you realize thoughts are like clouds drifting through the sky of your awareness, you stop chasing everyone. You guide your mind instead of it guiding you. In the end, the greatest freedom lies not in a silent mind, but in knowing you hold the reins of your own inner world. Every time you gaze up at the stars on a quiet night, you sense something bigger than yourself. Does a divine mind weave this tapestry? This ancient question doesn't start with proof or disproof, but with the human yearning for meaning. At its heart, asking if God exists is a reflection of our search for purpose and connection. One philosophical approach is Pascal's wager, betting as if there's a chance of infinite gain and finite loss. While it sidesteps certainty, it highlights how hope can guide belief in the face of doubt. Other thinkers lean on the first cause argument, seeing the universe's beginning as a hint of a transcendent source. Then there's the problem of suffering, urging you to weigh logic against compassion. Psychologically, this tension between evidence and faith is tied to our need for comfort when faced with life's uncertainties. When you choose belief, you embrace a narrative that can bring solace. When you choose skepticism, you lean on reason to navigate ambiguity. Either path shapes how you face loss, love, and the search for truth. Ultimately, the question isn't only about a being beyond the stars, but about your own capacity for wonder and humility. The mystery invites you to explore not just the nature of reality, but the depths of your own heart. And perhaps that is the greatest discovery that comes from wondering if God exists. Imagine sitting alone at night, weighing a decision that no one else will ever know about. We often think moral rules come from above, a divine voice, or sacred law. But what if our sense of right and wrong lives inside us? Psychological research suggests that empathy, fairness, and cooperation evolved to keep communities alive. Our ancestors depended on each other for food, shelter, and safety, and those who shared generously were more likely to survive and thrive. That internal moral compass doesn't need a deity to point the way. Take a simple choice: finding a wallet on the street. You could pocket the cash and walk away, but more often people pause. They imagine the stress on the owner's face, recall how they felt when they lost something precious. That spark of empathy guides them to hand it in. No divine threat or reward needed, just human connection. Philosophers from Kant to contemporary ethicists argue that reason and empathy form the foundation of morality. Psychologists call it moral intuition, split-second feelings of guilt, or pride shaped by childhood, culture, and shared stories. Psychologically, our brains reward acts of kindness with a warm sense of belonging, reinforcing cooperation over time. Over time, societies build laws and norms that reflect these instincts, creating social contracts that help us hold each other accountable. In this way, morality emerges as a practical guide for living together, not a celestial decree. In the end, morality without God calls us to own our choices. It reminds us that compassion, courage, and honesty come from our shared humanity. When we act from that place, the world feels a little kinder, and we discover that our best moral guide has been inside us all along. Hope can feel like a lifeline amidst chaos, but what if it's something we've constructed rather than discovered? In philosophy, hope is often seen as a double-edged sword. It propels us forward, even as it binds us to an uncertain future. Thinkers, from Nietzsche to Camus, grappled with whether hope liberates or imprisons us in our own expectations. Psychologically, our optimism bias nudges us to believe in better outcomes, wiring our minds to seek meaning beyond the present. Imagine waiting on a response that feels like it will define your worth. You plan every detail in your mind, rehearsing that moment of triumph. Yet, when the news arrives, the reality rarely matches the story you've rehearsed so perfectly. That gap can spark motivation or deepen disappointment. In existential terms, this tension reflects our struggle with the absurd, crafting meaning where none is guaranteed. Recognizing hope as an act of creation offers a fresh perspective. It means owning the stories we tell ourselves, not merely chasing an elusive prize. When we treat hope as a tool rather than a guarantee, it becomes a companion for daring action instead of a promise of safety. We learn to navigate uncertainty with curiosity and resilience, finding purpose in the journey itself. In the end, hope may be an illusion, but it's also a reflection of our freedom to imagine. Embracing that paradox allows us to chart a path through life's unknowns with both courage and clarity. Some mornings it feels like the world presses down on your chest. That weight is the whisper of an ancient truth philosophers long ago named: existence is pain. We carry a negativity bias that steers our attention toward discomfort, loss, and longing, and it makes suffering feel like all there is. Psychologically, this bias served to keep us safe, alerting us to threats in our environment. But when the mind becomes trapped on every ache and anxiety, life can feel like an endless loop of hardship. For instance, you might replay a tense conversation or worry about tomorrow's uncertainties as if pain were the only constant. That restless loop is familiar to many of us. Yet, what if we reframe pain not as a sentence, but as a signal? In therapy and growth work, pain reveals what matters most: lost connections, unrealized potential, or values neglected. By leaning into that discomfort with compassionate curiosity instead of resisting it, you transform suffering into insight. This shift doesn't erase the sting of existence, it honors it. It means listening to what hurts, asking what beneath that ache seeks your attention, and then choosing small acts of kindness toward yourself and others. Pain becomes part of a living tapestry, not the whole story. When you treat suffering as a guide rather than a jailer, existence still brings challenge, but it also invites meaning, resilience, and the quiet joy found in moments of healing. We often treat life as a puzzle with a single hidden key, a cosmic riddle waiting for the perfect eureka moment. Yet, when we chase that grand revelation, we overlook the small threads that give each day its colour. Meaning isn't a distant treasure. It's woven through our connections, choices, and the stories we create. In philosophy, this idea traces back to eudaimonia, the ancient pursuit of human flourishing through purposeful living. For instance, imagine a teacher who stays late to guide a struggling student, not for applause, but because they believe in that student's potential. Or a friend who listens without judgment when you share your fears, simply to remind you that you're not alone. Psychologically, a sense of meaning ties into self-determination theory, autonomy, competence, and relatedness. When our actions align with deeply held values, research shows we feel more resilient, more motivated, and calmer, even when control feels out of reach. Philosophers from the existential tradition remind us that meaning isn't bestowed on us. It's forged through choices and by embracing responsibility for our own stories. So the meaning of life doesn't await discovery at some distant horizon. It lives in every deliberate act of courage, in the kindness we extend, and in the simple gratitude for ordinary moments. Rather than asking what life means, we might ask how we can weave purpose into each passing hour. In doing so, we realize that meaning is not a destination, but the way we choose to walk each day. Some mornings, the world seems strangely quiet, as if the questions inside you are louder than anything around you. That deep longing you feel, the sense that there must be more to life than your to-do list, points toward a fundamental human drive, the search for meaning. It's not a luxury reserved for philosophers or poets, but a compass that guides each of us toward purpose. Imagine someone who loses a long-time job and suddenly feels adrift. Instead of endlessly scrolling through online postings, they start volunteering at a local community garden. Tending seedlings and watching them sprout doesn't pay the bills, but it awakens something vital. A feeling that their days matter in a gentle, everyday way. In those moments of connection with the earth and fellow volunteers, they discover a quiet significance that no title or salary could match. Psychologically, this idea traces back to logotherapy, the school of thought Viktor Frankl developed after surviving unimaginable hardship. He argued that finding a purpose beyond ourselves helps us withstand suffering and thrive. Modern research echoes this. People who identify meaningful goals report less anxiety, greater resilience, and deeper fulfillment. The search for meaning isn't about uncovering a single grand mission. It's about paying attention to the moments that spark purpose. Creative pursuits, acts of kindness, small rituals that remind us why we keep going. When we shift our focus from mere survival to significance, life transforms from a checklist into a journey chosen with intent. A soft whisper can feel like a revelation until you discover it was a carefully constructed illusion. In philosophy, truth and deception dance together, challenging everything we take for granted. What we believe often depends on the stories we tell ourselves and the masks we choose to wear. In daily life, deception isn't only the lie we tell another, but the narrative we weave inside our own minds. You might scroll through a feed full of smiling faces and assume every moment is genuine joy. Or recall a conversation with a friend whose words felt heartfelt, only to realize later that key details were omitted. Those moments show how easily perception bends to comfort, confirmation bias, or the desire to protect our egos. Philosophers from Plato to Descartes have asked whether we can ever truly escape the shadows on the cave wall. Psychologically, our brains fill gaps with assumptions, nudging us toward familiar patterns rather than uncomfortable truths. We prefer stories that fit our worldview, even when they obscure reality. Yet, facing deception, both external and internal, can be a powerful catalyst for growth. Acknowledging self-deception invites humility. Asking why we believe what we believe opens doors to deeper understanding. When we pause before accepting the first narrative, we learn to value doubt as much as certainty. Truth might never shine with perfect clarity. Instead, it emerges through a continuous process of questioning, unraveling illusions layer by layer. Embracing that journey reminds us that wisdom lies not in certainty, but in the courage to see beyond deception. Morning light filters through a cafe window as you scan a menu, confident you're choosing freely. Only it's not quite that simple. What feels like an open field of options is often a carefully crafted path. Philosophers refer to this gap between perception and reality as the illusion of choice. Underneath every decision lie unseen guides, menu layouts designed to steer you toward higher margin items, default settings nudging you to stay subscribed, cultural scripts telling you what success looks like. Consider a simple example. You wander into two coffee shops side by side. One lists dozens of drink options in neat columns. The other highlights 3 signature blends with photos and brief descriptions. Instinctively, most of us pick from the highlighted set. It isn't laziness, it's how our brains handle too much information. Psychologically, when overloaded, we rely on framing cues and default biases to simplify choices and reduce anxiety. This isn't just about beverages, from health plans to social media feeds. The options we believe we own are part of a larger design. Recognizing the illusion of choice isn't about rejecting every menu or bargaining chip. It's about nurturing awareness of the invisible forces shaping your path. The next time you feel truly free, pause and wonder how much of that freedom you authored yourself. True autonomy starts when you see the frame around your window, and remember that noticing the edges is the first step towards stepping outside them. Imagine standing in a vast landscape with your eyes closed, feeling the wind and the ground beneath your feet. Then someone hands you a tiny lamp, and suddenly you can see the path ahead in ways you never imagined. That lamp is knowledge, and with it comes power. Not the raw strength of force, but the quiet strength of understanding yourself and the world around you. When you learn history's lessons, you recognize patterns in today's headlines. When you study your own mind, you catch yourself before you fall into old habits. Every fact you absorb, every perspective you embrace, becomes a tool to shape your life rather than be shaped by it. Think of the philosopher who dared to question the nature of reality and upended centuries of assumptions. His power wasn't in ruling empires, but in freeing minds. And you don't need to publish a book to feel that shift. Whether you read a single paragraph that challenges your beliefs or listen deeply to someone whose experience differs from yours, knowledge seeps into your bones and changes how you move through the world. It turns confusion into curiosity and fear into possibility. Power born of knowledge doesn't demand submission. It invites collaboration. It reminds you that each time you choose to learn, you choose to live more fully, more freely. So the next time you hesitate at the edge of something new, a book you've never opened, a conversation you're afraid to start, remember that the smallest spark of insight can illuminate more than you ever thought possible. Every morning you follow the same routine, convinced it's the only way to start your day. Routine has a comforting rhythm, but in its predictability lies a hidden cost. What if those familiar steps are filtering out new possibilities before you even notice them? Question everything always is more than a mantra. It's a practice that turns assumptions into discoveries. Instead of holding on to ideas because they feel safe, treat every belief as a hypothesis waiting to be tested. Psychologically, this taps into cognitive biases like confirmation bias and mental shortcuts we rely on to simplify decision-making. At work, a team might stick to a time-worn process, never asking if there's a more creative solution. In conversations, we often presume we understand another person's intent, missing the chance to learn something unexpected. When you pause and probe the familiar, ask why you think a certain way or why you follow a specific routine, you open doors to fresh insight. This echoes the Socratic tradition of asking questions not to undermine, but to understand more deeply. Over time, this habit of inquiry builds mental agility and resilience, making you more adaptable when change arrives. It illuminates blind spots and challenges assumptions you didn't realize you held. Embracing doubt doesn't weaken confidence. It strengthens understanding. True wisdom begins with questioning what you think you know. A single breath can feel miraculous and yet utterly ordinary. In the space between two heartbeats, something stirs, the deepest mystery of being alive. We spend our days rushing through routines, ticking off tasks, as if life were a checklist to complete. But existence isn't a to-do list. It's a living question that shapes itself around our choices. At its core, the secret of existence is simple. Meaning emerges in the moments we pay attention. Think about the last time you paused to watch sunlight dance on your coffee. It wasn't the coffee itself that resonated, but the awareness you brought to it. Psychologically, this mindful stance activates a sense of coherence and purpose. It anchors us when the world feels overwhelming and reminds us that our experience matters as much as the events unfolding around us. This perspective applies everywhere. Whether you're deciding on a new direction or navigating a familiar path, every choice becomes a brushstroke on the canvas of your life. You're both the artist and the observer. By embracing responsibility for your narrative, you transform existence from a burden into a collaboration with the unknown. In moments of doubt, remember that the true secret of existence isn't hiding in some faraway truth. It's alive in your awareness, in the simple act of being present, and in the stories you choose to tell. Existence isn't a puzzle to solve, but an invitation to create. There's a corner of our mind we keep locked away, a hidden room where fear, regret, and shame gather dust. Many of us avoid turning the key, worried that our shadows might swallow us whole. But facing that inner darkness isn't a sign of weakness. It's a doorway to deeper self-understanding. Carl Jung called this hidden realm the shadow, the parts of ourselves we deny yet allow to shape our choices. Imagine someone haunted by a childhood mistake, avoiding new challenges for fear of failing again. When they pause and welcome the memory, they see how that fear once served to protect them. Psychologically, this taps into shadow integration. Once hidden, impulses lose their power when we bring them into consciousness. That simple act of acknowledgement transforms how we relate to ourselves. It's not about rejecting the shadows, it's about understanding them. When we invite our unspoken fears into the light, they become guides rather than tyrants. Embracing inner darkness cultivates authenticity, resilience, and deeper empathy. It makes us more honest about what drives our thoughts and actions, unlocking creativity that once lay buried. In that gentle confrontation, we reclaim parts of ourselves we never knew we needed. Facing inner darkness doesn't mean dwelling in sorrow. It means shining a light on hidden truths. That's where true transformation begins, turning our darkest corners into the source of our greatest strength. A sudden crack in the plan can send most of us into panic. Embrace uncertainty now isn't about seeking chaos. It's about uncovering hidden opportunities in the unknown. When you loosen your grip on certainty, you open space for creativity and growth. Uncertainty isn't a flaw to fix, but a compass guiding you toward unexplored paths. Psychologically, this taps into our innate curiosity. Studies show that moderate ambiguity boosts motivation and engagement by releasing a dash of dopamine as we search for answers. Imagine starting a project without a set outcome. At first it feels confusing, but as you sketch rough ideas and test bold options, you discover angles you never expected. One day, you might find yourself building something richer than any rigid roadmap could produce. This idea echoes throughout life. Entrepreneurs launch ventures with no guarantee of success. Scientists formulate hypotheses knowing they might be wrong. In close relationships, letting go of fixed expectations invites honest conversations instead of silent resentments. When you can say, "I don't know what comes next," you signal confidence in your ability to adapt. That confidence grows with every uncharted step. Embracing uncertainty now means reframing fear as a spark rather than a warning sign. It's not about giving up control, but about sharing it with possibility. The next time doubt creeps in, remember that if life were fully predictable, you'd miss the chance to surprise yourself. Lean into the unknown and watch how the future reshapes itself in your hands. A sudden silence in your mind can feel like an endless void. That sensation, the fear of nothingness, is more than a late-night thought. It's an invitation. When you grasp the idea that life might not come with an instruction manual or a guaranteed sequel, a raw freedom emerges. Philosophers from Sartre to Camus call this confrontation with the void a calling card of human existence. It's not simply despair, it's the birthplace of meaning. Imagine lying awake in darkness, heart racing, at the thought that one day consciousness will cease. In that moment, the fear isn't a flaw to be fixed, but a mirror reflecting your deepest longings. Psychologically, this reaction aligns with terror management theory. Our minds scramble to anchor value when mortality looms. Yet by naming the fear instead of resisting it, you chart a path toward authenticity. Here's what it looks like in practice. A writer stares at an empty page, gripped by dread that nothing will ever take shape. Instead of fleeing the emptiness, they lean in, asking what truth they must share. That question sows the seed of creativity and purpose. When we embrace the void as part of our journey, we discover values worth living and dying for. The fear of nothingness isn't a prison, it's a threshold. It invites you to choose what truly matters, to craft a life that echoes beyond the silence. In facing the void, you find the whispers of your own significance. A sunlit desert horizon shimmers like water on the sand, luring thirsty eyes toward a mirage. That illusion is not a quirk of nature alone. It reveals a simple truth. Our senses can't always be trusted. We rely on sight, sound, taste, smell, and touch to make sense of the world, but each of these channels is a filter, not a window. In philosophy, this idea of sensory deception challenges our most basic beliefs. Descartes imagined an evil demon twisting every perception. Plato spoke of prisoners mistaking shadows for reality. Psychologically, this happens because our brains constantly fill in missing pieces based on expectation and habit. Consider the hollow face illusion, a concave mask that appears to be a face looking back as you move around it. Your mind insists on seeing a normal face, despite clear evidence of hollowness. This tendency to trust appearance can lead to mistakes, from confusing stereo speakers for footsteps behind us to mistaking a friend's neutral expression for anger. Yet this quiet deception holds hidden promise. By admitting the limits of our senses, we cultivate humility and awaken deeper inquiry. We start to question not just what we see, but how we know it. That spark of doubt can fuel curiosity and guide us toward truths more profound than any illusion. In embracing that uncertainty, the world becomes stranger and infinitely more wondrous. In the soft dawn light, you find yourself squinting at your own reflection, expecting familiarity but sensing something off. Mirrors lie too. They deliver an image that's reversed, edited by angles and light, and yet we trust what they show us. This is more than a curiosity about glass. It's a metaphor for how our minds work. What we perceive is never raw truth, but a filtered version shaped by expectations and habits. Psychologically, this ties into confirmation bias. We notice the blemishes we fear and overlook the strengths we possess. Imagine waking up and fixating on the dark circle beneath your eye, letting that single detail define your entire day. That moment isn't about reality. It's about the story your brain chooses to tell. Mirrors don't account for context. They show a snapshot, not the whole person. Neuroscience tells us that our brains flip and stitch together images, filling in gaps so smoothly that we rarely question the coherence we see. But when we remember that every reflection is an interpretation, not an absolute truth, we open space for compassion. We learn to question the verdict handed to us by a pane of glass and to seek a fuller view of ourselves and others. Mirrors lie too, and embracing that simple insight can become the first step towards seeing the world and ourselves with fresh, unguarded eyes. Morning light floods your window with a soft wash of pink, but that pink only lives inside your mind. We assume colours belong to objects as surely as shape or size, yet philosophy tells us otherwise. Colour isn't an inherent property of things. It's a construction of our brains responding to rhythms of light. Imagine two friends admiring a ripe apple. To one, its skin gleams with ruby brilliance. To another, it feels more like garnet. For your colour-blind colleague, the same apple might appear a muted grey. The apple hasn't changed, but perception shifts. Our eyes catch invisible wavelengths, and our brains translate them into the rich tapestry we call colour. Philosophers from Aristotle to contemporary thinkers have argued that colour lives in the space between light and perception. Psychologists show that our brains categorise hues to simplify complex visual data. We learn to call a spectrum of shades by the same name, blue or green, even though the light varies continuously. Recognising colour as fiction doesn't rob the world of beauty, it deepens it. Each sunrise blends physics with personal experience. Every painting becomes a bridge between perceptual worlds, When we lean into this idea, we see how our minds shape reality itself. So next time you admire a sunset or pick a shirt, remember the story your brain tells. Colour isn't a fixed truth. It's a vibrant narrative of perception, and that realization can change everything. Some nights feel like someone else is writing your story, leaving you off-page and powerless. But that isn't just poetic flair. It's the way dreams can steer our deepest motivations without us even realizing. Dreams don't end when your alarm goes off. Instead, they slip into your menu of desires, fears, and choices, silently nudging you toward actions you might never trace back to last night's mind play. Psychologically, dreams arise from the unconscious, blending fragments of memory, emotion, and instinct into vivid scenes that carry hidden messages. When you overlook these nocturnal narratives, you hand over the reins of your day to factors you haven't examined. Let's take a simple example. You wake from a dream of running through a maze, heart pounding, convinced you're fleeing something. Hours later, you find yourself avoiding a conversation you've been dreading. That maze wasn't random. It mirrored your avoidance of a difficult truth. By tuning in, jotting down dream details, reflecting on the feelings, they stop being mysterious scripts and become guides. When you learn to listen, dreams transform from puppeteers into partners. You begin to spot recurring themes, unfinished business, buried aspirations, unacknowledged fears, and use them to make decisions grounded in self-awareness. Instead of letting those nocturnal visions tug at your choices, you bring them into the light, turning hidden whispers into clear guidance. Dreams control you until you learn to read them. Imagine standing before a wall where silhouettes seem to whisper secrets you believe at first glance. Shadows hide as much as they reveal, guiding us toward comfortable illusions instead of hard truths. Our senses crave simple shapes and clear outlines, yet what lurks beyond the light often tells the real story. Philosophers from Plato to modern thinkers have warned that our perceptions can be deceived by what only appears obvious. In the allegory of the cave, prisoners mistake shadows for reality because they have never seen the sun itself. In everyday life, we slip into similar traps. You scroll through curated images on social platforms and feel the spark of envy or reassurance, not realizing that filters and angles obscure struggles behind the scenes. In conversations, we accept confident statements without peering deeper, mistaking loud certainty for genuine knowledge. Psychologically, our brains rely on mental shortcuts to make sense of a complex world, and shadows, literal or figurative, stretch those shortcuts into distortion. Instead of settling for silhouettes, try to seek the light beyond them. Pause when you notice a strong reaction to something familiar. Ask yourself what you might be missing under the surface. This practice takes curiosity and humility, because it means admitting we don't know everything at first glance. Yet, when we learn to question the shadows, we open ourselves to clearer insights and truer understanding. In that illuminated space, reality sheds its disguise, and we begin to see truth for what it truly is. You can be wrong and still feel right. That's one of the brain's quietest tricks. We build beliefs over time, layering ideas from our upbringing, our experiences, even our fears, and then, without realizing it, we start treating those beliefs as facts. Not because they're true, but because they feel familiar. Psychologically, this is tied to a concept called cognitive ease. The easier something is to process, because we've seen or thought it before, the more true it feels. Our brains crave coherence, So they smooth out contradictions, reinforce patterns, and reward certainty, even if that certainty is misplaced. Take memories. They feel solid, but they're not hard drives. They're stories we rewrite each time we recall them. Or take perception. Two people can watch the same event and walk away with completely different truths, each one convinced theirs is the accurate one. This doesn't mean truth doesn't exist, but it means our minds don't always track it cleanly, and recognizing that isn't weakness, it's humility. It's what opens the door to learning. When you catch yourself being absolutely sure, it's worth asking, what else could be true? What might I be missing? That pause, the willingness to doubt your own certainty, can be the start of real insight. Because sometimes the illusion isn't in what you see. It's in how your mind tells the story. And the more aware you are of that, the more clearly you begin to think. A cloudy day doesn't change the sun. It's still there, even when you can't see it. And that's a bit like how perception works. The way we see the world, what we notice, assume, or believe, can brighten or darken everything around us, even when the facts don't change. Two people can look at the same situation and feel completely different things. One sees a challenge, the other sees failure. One feels insulted, the other hears confusion. This isn't about who's right. It's about how perception filters reality. Psychologically, our brains are meaning makers. They fill in gaps, predict patterns, and draw on past experience to decide what something means before we've even had time to think about it. Here's a simple example. You send a message and get no reply. Your mind starts guessing, maybe they're upset, maybe I said something wrong. But another version is just as possible. They're busy or their phone died. The situation didn't change, just the story around it did. That story shapes how you feel and what you do next. Over time, these patterns of perception build a kind of lens, and the more we look through it, the more it becomes our truth. That's why awareness matters. Not to judge ourselves for having thoughts, but to question which ones we've automatically trusted. Because when perception shapes life, choosing a kinder lens isn't naive, it's powerful. It means you're not just reacting to life, you're participating in how it's defined. And sometimes that small shift in view can change everything. A person walks past you. You notice their shoes, the way they fidget with their sleeves, how their eyes dart or linger. In a second, without trying, your brain writes a story. Friendly, shy, confident, rude, safe, not safe. That's how humans work. We're always reading signals, filling in gaps. It's automatic and mostly invisible. But what we see isn't just about the other person. It's filtered through everything we've experienced. If someone once betrayed your trust, you might spot warning signs before there are any. If someone showed you kindness, you may look for that in others. What we see is often what we've been taught to look for. Psychologists call this confirmation bias. It means we notice what fits our expectations and miss what doesn't. So a person who interrupts once becomes always rude. One kind gesture from someone you judged too quickly might get overlooked entirely. Here's the shift. Noticing that our view isn't the view. That what we see isn't just about them, it's about us too. And that awareness creates a gap, just wide enough to let in something new. A second impression, a deeper question, a longer pause before we decide. Because the truth is, perception isn't passive, it's an act of creation. And sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is step back and ask, what am I really seeing and what might I be missing? Sometimes people wear their brightest smiles when they're hurting most. not out of dishonesty, but out of habit, out of fear, out of self-protection. The mask becomes a way to function, to show up, to avoid the exhausting task of explaining what can't quite be put into words. It's easy to miss. A laugh that feels a little too forced. A "I'm fine" that arrives too quickly. But beneath those polished answers is often someone trying to hold it together in the only way they know how. Psychologically, masking is a form of emotional regulation. We all do it to some degree, at work, in public, even with people we love. It helps us navigate situations where vulnerability might feel unsafe or inconvenient. But over time, it can disconnect us from others and from ourselves. Let's take a familiar moment. A friend seems upbeat, joking as usual, but something feels off. Instead of just playing along, you pause. "Hey, I know you've been carrying a lot lately. How are you really doing?" That invitation, quiet and sincere, can pierce through the surface. Because what people often need isn't a solution. It's permission to be real. When you create space for the truth behind the mask, something powerful happens. You shift the conversation from performance to presence. And that shift, though subtle, is where healing starts. Not everyone will take off their mask right away, but knowing someone sees past it, that can be the beginning of trust. And maybe even the first breath of relief. There's a voice that lives in your head. Not loud, not constant, but always there. It narrates your day, questions your choices, and whispers judgment in the quiet. Sometimes it cheers you on. More often, it chips away at your certainty. Psychologically, this is known as self-talk. It shapes how we see ourselves, not just what we believe, but how we feel moving through the world. And what's tricky is that we rarely notice the tone it takes. If a friend spoke to you the way your inner voice sometimes does, you might walk away. But when it's your own mind, it sounds like truth. Here's the thing. Your inner voice isn't always right. It's a mix of old feedback, fears, expectations, and snapshots from the past. It can get stuck in patterns, replaying mistakes, amplifying doubt, bracing for rejection before it even arrives. But awareness changes the game. Once you hear the script, you can start to rewrite it. Not by pretending everything's perfect, but by choosing a tone that matches how you'd speak to someone you care about, encouraging, realistic, patient. The goal isn't silence, it's gentleness. It's helping that voice become a better companion. Because when your thoughts meet you with compassion instead of critique, it changes more than just your mood. It shifts your confidence, your relationships, your resilience. And slowly, the voice in your head stops being the critic. It becomes the coach. You remember it clearly, the words they said, the look on their face, the way it made you feel. But what if it didn't happen quite that way? False memories aren't lies. They're stories the brain stitches together from fragments. Real moments, emotions, impressions, mixed with a little imagination. And once formed, they feel just as vivid as any truth. Psychologically, this happens because memory isn't a video recording, it's a reconstruction. Every time we recall something, we're not pulling it out of a vault, we're rebuilding it. And in that rebuilding, things shift, especially when emotions are strong. Say you had a painful conversation years ago. The details might fade, but the hurt sticks around. So your mind fills in the blanks. And over time, that moment becomes sharper, even harsher. Not because you want it to be, but because the feeling needed a shape to match. The trouble is, those shaped memories don't just sit quietly. They influence how we see people, how we protect ourselves, how we react to similar situations now. A false memory can hurt, not just because it's inaccurate, but because we don't realize it's incomplete. This isn't about doubting yourself. It's about leaving space for complexity, for the possibility that even in what feels certain, there might be nuance. Healing often begins not with correcting memory, but with softening around it. Because sometimes the truth that frees you isn't in the detail. It's in the understanding that memory is human. And being human means sometimes getting it wrong and choosing grace anyway. Your mind doesn't always tell the truth, but it's convincing. So convincing that you rarely think to question it. You hesitate before speaking up in a meeting, and your brain whispers, "You're not ready." You procrastinate on a goal, and it chimes in, "You're just lazy." The thoughts feel like facts, but they're often just habits. This is one of the strangest insights from cognitive science. Your thoughts are not always reflections of reality. They're sometimes reflections of repetition. If you've heard an internal narrative enough times, it sticks, not because it's true, but because it's familiar. That's how a mind tricks you, by sounding like you. Let's say you grew up being told you weren't creative. Even years later, you might avoid artistic risks without even realizing why. That inherited story becomes a filter. But here's the hopeful part. These filters aren't fixed. Cognitive behavioral research shows that naming distorted thoughts weakens their grip. The moment you say, "Wait, is that really true?" something shifts. The spell breaks. This doesn't mean ignoring your feelings or replacing every thought with a positive one. It means noticing the mental shortcuts you're taking and asking whether they still serve you. Just because your mind offers a thought doesn't mean you have to keep it. The most powerful kind of self-awareness isn't just knowing what you think, it's knowing when to question who's speaking. Because sometimes the voice in your head isn't your inner truth, it's just a well-practiced trick. Most of us move through life assuming we're already awake. Eyes open, tasks in motion, day by day, doing what needs to be done. But there's a difference between being awake and being aware. Awareness is quieter. It doesn't shout like your calendar does. It taps gently. When you pause mid-conversation and realize you weren't really listening. When you feel frustration rise, and instead of snapping, you ask yourself where it's coming from. When you notice your own assumptions just long enough to question them. Philosophers have been nudging us toward this kind of wakefulness for centuries. Socrates said, "The unexamined life isn't worth living." Descartes questioned everything, down to his own existence. And even today, thinkers ask whether consciousness is a switch that turns on, or a dimmer, slowly rising as we learn to pay attention. Awareness, in this sense, isn't just about self-reflection. It's how we find choice in places we thought were fixed. It's seeing a routine not as a trap, but a path we can step off, even briefly. It's recognizing how often we sleepwalk through emotions, relationships, even beliefs, until something or someone jolts us. Psychologically, this kind of awareness is tied to metacognition, the ability to think about our own thinking, and with it comes the power to reframe, to shift, to grow. So the real question isn't whether we're awake. It's how often we pause to notice what we're truly waking up to. Because that pause, that's where insight begins. And from insight, everything else can change. You check your mirrors, you glance over your shoulder, and still, something's missing. Because no matter how careful you are, blind spots exist. On the road, sure, but also in our thinking. And those mental blind spots, they can be even more dangerous. It's not always ignorance. Sometimes it's familiarity. You've done something the same way for so long, it doesn't even register that another way might exist. Or you've believed something since childhood, so it feels like fact, even if it quietly holds you back. Psychologically, this is called cognitive bias. Our brains filter reality to keep things manageable. But those filters can blur the truth. They make us overconfident in what we know and resistant to what we don't. It's why two people can see the same situation and walk away with opposite conclusions. One of the most common blind spots? Thinking you already see clearly, that your view is neutral, objective. But all of us carry invisible lenses, shaped by past experiences, assumptions, fears. And the only way to notice them is to pause, question, and listen, especially when something challenges you. This doesn't mean doubting everything, it means being open. Because growth doesn't start with certainty, it starts with curiosity, asking, what might I be missing here? Isn't weakness, it's wisdom. Blind spots don't just cause collisions on highways. They shape our relationships, our decisions, our lives. But once you spot one, you can adjust. You can steer differently. And that small shift, it changes everything. Your brain is lying to you. Not out of spite, but because it's trying to help. It simplifies, guesses, fills in blanks, all so you can make sense of the chaos around you. But sometimes those shortcuts come at a cost. You think you're seeing the world clearly, and then you realize you're mostly seeing what your brain expects to see. Take something like colour. It feels stable, objective, real. But colour isn't a property of objects. It's a story your brain tells after interpreting light, context, and contrast. That famous dress, was it blue and black or white and gold? The answer depended on what your brain assumed about the lighting. Psychologists call this top-down processing. It means perception isn't just about what hits your eyes, but what's already in your head, memories, beliefs, assumptions. And this doesn't just shape how we see objects. It colours how we read people, situations, even ourselves. You meet someone new, and in seconds, your mind builds a story, trustworthy or not, competent or unsure. That snap judgment might feel like intuition. But often it's just a filter, based on past patterns, not present facts. Real wisdom starts when we pause those automatic stories, when we catch the moment between seeing and assuming. Because that space, that's where choice lives. That's where understanding begins. What we see isn't always what's there. But with a little curiosity, we can start to notice not just the world, but the lens we're using to look at it. And sometimes just noticing that changes everything. We lie to others all the time, but the ones we tell ourselves, those are harder to spot and far more persuasive. They sound like protection. I'm fine. I'm over it. That's just how I am. We say these things not because they're true, but because they help us feel in control. Self-lies are rarely dramatic. They're subtle, believable, and often born from a good intention, to avoid pain, keep moving, or maintain an identity we've grown attached to. Here's one that shows up often. I don't care. It sounds like strength, but beneath it, there's usually hurt or fear, or hope that went unmet. Saying we don't care is easier than admitting we did and got disappointed. Psychologically, this is a form of emotional avoidance. The mind tries to protect us from discomfort by distorting what we feel or believe. And the longer we repeat a self-lie, the more it shapes our reality. It can affect our relationships, limit growth, and keep us stuck in patterns we don't fully understand. The hard part is that self-lies don't feel like lies. They feel like truth. That's why recognizing them takes reflection and honesty, not just with others, but with ourselves. It's not about blaming or shaming. It's about noticing when something doesn't sit right, when your words and your emotions don't quite match. Because that moment of awareness, that's where change begins. And the truth, even when it stings, carries something self-lies never will. The power to set you free. We tend to think of reality as something solid, fixed, a single version of what is. But often, what we call real is just what's most visible, what's loudest, what's most repeated. And in that, reality becomes a kind of camouflage. It hides what's too quiet to notice, too complex to explain, or too uncomfortable to face. Think about a time you misread someone's silence. Assumed they didn't care when really they didn't know how to show it. Or believed someone had it all together because they smiled on cue. In those moments, reality was performing, and we believed the show. Psychologically, this taps into something called cognitive ease. Our brains are wired to prefer what's simple, familiar, and easy to process. But ease isn't the same as truth. Just because something feels obvious doesn't mean it's accurate. Real insight often comes not from looking harder, but from looking differently. From asking what's missing, not just what's present. That's why deep thinkers, philosophers, therapists, even artists are always circling the same question. What else is going on here? Reality at first glance is a surface. What's underneath it takes effort to uncover. But that's where understanding lives. Not in the headlines, but in the footnotes. Not in the facts alone, but in the feelings they stir. So if something feels too simple, too tidy, too complete, it might not be wrong. But it might not be the whole story, because reality doesn't always lie. But it does have secrets. And sometimes they're hidden in plain sight. You ever catch yourself thinking about thinking? Like getting stuck inside your own head, looping over thoughts, replaying conversations, questioning why you feel the way you do. It sounds like awareness, but sometimes it's something trickier, a kind of trap. Consciousness is what lets us reflect, plan, imagine. But it's also what gives us anxiety, overthinking, the endless self-critique. Psychologists call it the narrative self. It's the part of us that's always telling a story about who we are, what we need, what went wrong. And the more we believe that voice without question, the more we start mistaking it for truth. Imagine your thoughts like a room with mirrors. Every emotion, every judgment bounces around until it feels bigger than it is. You get sad, and now you're sad about being sad. You feel anxious, and then frustrated for being anxious. Consciousness loops back on itself, and before long, you're not living life, you're managing an internal debate about it. This isn't weakness. It's how the brain evolved. We developed the ability to simulate problems before they happen, but that same power can turn against us when it's unchecked. Mindfulness practices, for example, don't try to erase thoughts. They help us see them as passing weather, not permanent identity. The trap isn't consciousness itself. It's forgetting that we can step outside the loop, that behind all that thinking, there's a deeper kind of awareness, quiet, open, not trying to fix or narrate. And sometimes the most powerful thing we can do isn't to think more clearly. It's to notice that we're thinking at all. You could show two people the same sunset, and they'd walk away with two different stories. One sees hope, golden light cutting through the end of a hard day. The other feels a kind of melancholy, a reminder that everything, even beauty, fades. That's the strange power of vision. Not the act of seeing with your eyes, but how your mind colours what it sees. Vision is never neutral. It's shaped by memory, mood, fear, and desire. Two people can stand at the same crossroad in life. One sees a challenge, the other a dead end, and neither is lying. That's their truth, filtered through who they are and what they've been through. Psychologically, this is linked to a concept called perceptual bias, the way our experiences tint the lens we use to interpret the world. It's why optimism isn't just personality, it's perception. And it's why disagreements so often come not from what we see, but how we see it. Here's the shift. Recognizing that vision is subjective doesn't make it unreliable, it makes it human. When you realize your version of the story isn't the only one, you create space. Space for empathy, for curiosity, for shared understanding. We don't see the world as it is, we see it as we are. And sometimes the most profound insight isn't changing what we see. It's realizing someone else might be looking at the same thing and seeing something entirely different. You can feel completely fine one moment and overwhelmed the next, without anything around you changing. That's how powerful emotions can be. They don't just colour your experience, they can distort the whole shape of reality. When we're anxious, the future seems filled with danger. When we're angry, people seem more hostile. And when we're sad, even good memories can feel muted. It's not that the facts change, but our filter does. That filter affects what we notice, what we believe, and even what we remember. Imagine texting a friend and not hearing back. If you're in a calm mood, you might think they're probably just busy. But if you're feeling rejected or insecure, the silence can feel personal, even cruel. The same silence, two very different realities. Psychologically, this is tied to something called emotional reasoning, the habit of believing something must be true because it feels true. It's a shortcut the brain uses, and it's powerful, but it's also unreliable. The key isn't to suppress emotions or pretend they don't shape us. It's to notice the lens we're looking through, to pause before reacting, to ask, what else might be true? Because when we're aware of how feelings bend our perspective, we can start to unbend it. We can hold space for emotion without letting it rewrite the entire story. And sometimes that tiny shift, seeing a thought as a thought, not a fact, is enough to change everything. The brain doesn't just receive reality, it invents it. That might sound dramatic, but it's one of the most profound truths in neuroscience. What you see, hear, and even feel isn't a direct feed from the outside world. It's a carefully constructed model built by your brain, moment by moment, based on prediction. Think of walking into a familiar room. You don't actually process every shape, colour, or object from scratch. Your brain guesses most of it before your senses even catch up. And most of the time, those guesses are right, but sometimes they're not. That's when we experience illusions, or more subtly, misunderstandings of people and moments. Psychologically, this is called predictive processing. It means perception isn't passive, it's active. Your brain hallucinates in a way that usually aligns with reality, but not always. That's why two people can watch the same event and come away with completely different versions of what happened. Each brain is filling in the blanks based on its own expectations, memories, and past experiences. It also explains why change is so hard. If your brain is used to seeing the world a certain way, even new evidence can get filtered out or twisted to fit the old story. But awareness is the first shift. When you understand that perception is a story your brain is telling, you can question it. You can slow down and ask, is this what's really here, or just what I expect to see? Reality isn't just what's out there, it's also what you bring to it. You meet someone new. They seem cold, maybe even arrogant. You walk away thinking, not my kind of person. But then, a week later, they make you laugh. They show up for someone quietly. Or they open up and say something deeply human. And just like that, the whole picture shifts. First impressions are powerful, but they're not always right. Psychologically, our brains are wired to make snap judgments. It's efficient, but it's also lazy. What we're picking up in those first moments is often just surface behavior, nervousness, social scripts, or the mask someone wears before they feel safe, not the person underneath. Take a job interview. One candidate seems confident and smooth, another stumbles a bit, maybe overthinks their answers. But a month into the job, it's the second one who listens better, adapts faster, and becomes the team's quiet anchor. That first impression wasn't wrong, it was just incomplete. This bias shows up in everyday life too. We assume the loud person is a leader, the quiet one is aloof, the messy desk means disorganized. But character doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it reveals itself slowly, like a photograph developing in the dark. There's a kind of wisdom in holding off judgment, letting people surprise you, because often the most meaningful connections begin after we're willing to look past the packaging. And the person who seemed the least like us might be the one who sees us the most. Your thoughts don't just describe reality, they filter it. Imagine looking through a coloured lens. Everything you see takes on that tint, even if the world hasn't changed. That's what thought filters do. They quietly shape how we interpret situations, how we judge ourselves, how we treat others. And like any lens, they're not always accurate. Take a simple example. You text a friend and they don't reply. One person's filter might say, they must be busy. Another might think, they're mad at me. Same silence, different meaning. The brain doesn't just wait for facts. It fills in blanks with old stories. Stories shaped by past hurt, anxiety, insecurity. Psychologically, this ties into something called cognitive distortions, mental shortcuts that lean negative, like black and white thinking, catastrophizing, or assuming we know what others are thinking. These patterns evolved to help us survive, but in daily life, they often lead us astray. The hard part is we rarely notice them because to us, they feel like truth, but they're just thoughts, not evidence. And that small difference changes everything. Noticing your thought filters doesn't mean denying your feelings. It means holding them up to the light and asking, is this the only lens? You might find there's another way to see the moment, one that's softer, kinder, and closer to reality. And when you start choosing your filters, instead of being ruled by them, life starts to feel less like a reaction and more like something you can shape. Your eyes tell you one thing, your memory insists on another. And yet, both could be wrong. Our senses are the primary lens through which we understand the world, but they aren't infallible. They're interpreters, not reporters. What you see, hear, and feel, it's filtered, coloured by expectations, past experiences, even your mood. That's not a flaw. That's how the brain saves energy. It fills in blanks with best guesses, turning fragments into what feels like certainty. Take the feeling of déjà vu, that eerie sense you've lived this moment before. It's not proof of reincarnation. It's your brain mistaking familiarity for repetition. Or think of optical illusions, where two lines of identical length appear dramatically different. Your eyes aren't lying exactly, but your brain is making assumptions based on context. It's efficient. It's usually right, but not always. Psychologically, this is called top-down processing. It's powerful, but it can also be deceptive. It helps you recognize a friend's face in a crowd, but it might also make you miss what's actually there because you're expecting something else. This is why eyewitness testimony, despite feeling convincing, is often unreliable. So what does that mean for us? It means humility. It means remembering that perception isn't reality. It's just our version of it. And sometimes the most honest thing we can do is question what we think we saw, or heard, or felt. Because understanding that your senses can betray you doesn't make you weaker. It makes you wiser. It invites curiosity instead of certainty. And that's where real clarity begins. A magician doesn't need real power to control the audience, just enough illusion to make it feel real. That's not just a stage trick. It's a pattern we fall into every day. We often chase the comfort of control over our schedules, our relationships, even our emotions. But what we usually end up creating is the illusion of control, not the real thing. A perfectly organized calendar doesn't guarantee peace. A detailed plan doesn't protect us from change. And trying to control how others see us often disconnects us from who we actually are. Take a moment when plans fell apart, when a job didn't work out, or someone reacted in a way you didn't expect. It's jarring because it breaks the illusion. It reminds us that control is partial, not permanent. Psychologically, this ties into something called the control paradox. The more tightly we try to grip every variable, the more reactive we become when they slip through our fingers. The illusion gives us short-term relief, but it costs long-term flexibility. True influence, real strength, comes from responding, not just controlling. That doesn't mean letting go entirely. It means shifting focus. From managing outcomes to managing our presence, from scripting every detail to trusting ourselves to adapt. The goal isn't to be untouchable, it's to be rooted. Less like a puppeteer pulling strings, more like a tree adjusting to the wind, grounded, flexible, and real. Because sometimes the moment we stop chasing control is the moment we actually feel free. The word manipulate tends to trigger a specific reaction. It sounds like trickery, like someone getting their way at your expense. But at its core, manipulation is just influence, bent in a certain direction. And influence itself is neutral. It's the intent and awareness behind it that change the story. Every day, people use subtle techniques to steer conversations, shape decisions, or nudge outcomes. Sometimes it's persuasion. Sometimes it's pressure. The line between them is thinner than it seems. For example, pointing out someone's inconsistencies to win an argument isn't always about clarity. It can be about control. Giving someone a choice that's really not a choice, that's manipulation too, dressed up as freedom. Psychologically, these tactics work because they exploit how our brains shortcut decision-making. We look for ease, trust familiar voices, and often avoid conflict. That's why someone who mirrors your body language or uses flattery can feel trustworthy, even if they're not. It's not magic. It's understanding how emotion and logic tug at each other. But here's the thing most people miss. The most powerful form of manipulation is self-directed. The stories you tell yourself, the frames you choose, the way you rehearse rejection before it even happens. Influence doesn't just happen out there, it happens in here too. So maybe the better question isn't how to manipulate. Maybe it's how to notice when it's happening, especially when you're the one doing it to yourself. Awareness is the real power, because once you see it, you have a choice. And that's where influence becomes integrity. Someone cuts you off in a meeting, talks over you, and later acts like nothing happened. It's not explosive, it's not dramatic, but it sticks with you. That's the thing about hidden power plays. They're quiet, but they shape how seen and safe we feel. A hidden power play isn't always about control in the obvious sense. It's about small moves that signal who matters more, who gets the floor, who gets the benefit of the doubt. It's the colleague who subtly dismisses your idea until someone else repeats it. The friend who always forgets to ask about your news. These moments accumulate, and they often go unnamed, which makes them harder to call out and harder to shake. Psychologically, these behaviors operate in the territory of status and belonging. They tap into our social radar, which is constantly scanning for signs of respect or dismissal. When someone makes you feel smaller, even unintentionally, your brain registers it as a kind of social threat. Over time, it chips away at confidence and connection. But here's the twist. Naming these dynamics doesn't always mean confrontation. Sometimes it starts with awareness. You notice the pattern, you validate your own experience, and when the moment's right, you can name it calmly, clearly. That was a good idea. I'm glad it's being heard now. Calling out a power play doesn't mean declaring war. It means stepping back into your own power. Because when we notice the invisible games, we're no longer playing by their rules. We're writing new ones. You know that moment when your brain spins with worry, regret, or doubt, and it feels like you're just a passenger to your own thoughts? It's unsettling. But here's something most people don't realize. You don't have to believe every thought that pops into your head. Our brains are wired for survival, not serenity. They scan for threats, rehash mistakes, and fixate on problems, even when those problems are long gone. Psychologists call this negativity bias. It helped our ancestors avoid danger, but in everyday life, it can trap us in loops of fear, criticism, and overthinking. What shifts everything is learning to notice your thoughts without getting pulled into them. Imagine each thought as a car driving by. You don't have to jump into everyone. You can watch it go, stay grounded, and choose which thoughts deserve your attention. This simple practice, called cognitive diffusion in psychology, gives you space between you and your mind's chatter. Let's say you catch yourself thinking, I always mess things up. Instead of accepting that as truth, you pause. You say to yourself, I'm having the thought that I always mess things up. That tiny shift turns a belief into an observation. It reminds you, a thought is not a command. It's a sentence in your mind, nothing more. You won't stop having unhelpful thoughts, but you can stop letting them run the show. You can steer instead of ride along, and over time, that changes how you experience everything, from your choices to your peace of mind. We tend to think influence takes power, authority, a big following. But some of the most influential people we encounter aren't loud, persuasive, or in charge. They're just tuned in. Influence often starts not with what you say, but how you make someone feel safe, heard, respected. In psychology, this is tied to emotional contagion and mirror neurons, the way our brains naturally respond to the presence and energy of others. If someone feels calm around you, curious around you, seen by you, their brain is more open to what you say next. Here's what it looks like in practice. You meet someone new. Instead of leading with your resume or clever story, you ask a simple question and genuinely listen. You reflect back something they said, not just to agree, but to show you understood. That one moment of attention does more to build trust than any pitch. Because real influence isn't about changing someone's mind on the spot. It's about shaping how they feel when they're around you. That feeling lingers. It guides future decisions. It makes people want to hear more from you, not because you convinced them, but because you connected with them. So if you want to influence others instantly, start with presence. Show up curious. Reflect their emotions. Let them feel understood. The rest follows naturally. Influence isn't forced. It's felt. And it begins the moment someone feels safe in your presence. You could know all the facts, deliver the strongest argument, even be completely right and still fail to persuade. That's because persuasion isn't just about logic, it's about emotion, identity, and timing. The best persuaders don't overpower, they align. Here's what that looks like. Imagine someone trying to convince a friend to start therapy. They list benefits, share statistics, even talk about personal growth, but the friend shuts down. Now picture a different approach. It seems like you've been carrying a lot. I'd feel the same if I were you. I found talking to someone helped me, not because I was broken, but because I didn't want to carry it alone. No defense triggered, just resonance. Psychologically, this taps into something called motivated reasoning. People don't change their minds because of better arguments. They change because they feel safe enough to consider a new story, one that still protects their identity. That's why empathy works better than evidence. And why asking questions like, how does that feel to you, opens more doors than, let me tell you why I'm right. The real secret of persuasion is this. It's not about changing someone's mind. It's about creating space where they're willing to do that themselves. You don't lead them by pulling. You walk beside them, gently shifting what the path looks like. Because when people feel seen, not sold to, they stop resisting. They start exploring, and sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes control doesn't look like shouting or stomping. It looks like silence, a slow glance, a quiet refusal, a rule no one questions. Power over people isn't always loud. Often, it's the quiet shaping of choices until they don't feel like choices at all. That's what makes it hard to see. We're taught to spot bullies in the playground, not in the boardroom, not at the dinner table. But power shows up anywhere. People feel they have something to lose. It doesn't just come from strength. It comes from fear, status, habit. Psychologically, the need for control often grows where trust is thin. If I don't believe you'll do right by me, I feel I have to make you. And so control creeps in through guilt, through praise that comes with strings, through the subtle framing of what's acceptable and what's not. But there's another kind of power, one that doesn't need to dominate to feel secure. It builds its strength not on silence or obedience, but on clarity and choice. It says, here's where I stand, and here's room for you to stand too. When people feel safe, control softens. When they feel heard, power balances. You don't have to choose between being respected and being kind. The deepest influence often comes not from pushing people harder, but from understanding them more. Because real power isn't in bending others to your will. It's in helping them rise on their own terms and still choosing to stand beside them. Most people think of mind control as something sinister or far-fetched, hypnosis, manipulation, brainwashing. But real mind control, it's quieter. It starts in places we hardly notice. It's the way repetition makes a false idea feel true, or how urgency hijacks your choices before you have had time to think. The way a headline shapes your emotion, even when the facts don't back it up. None of it looks like control. It just feels like pressure, speed, familiarity. And that's why it works. Psychologically, these patterns exploit what's called cognitive shortcuts. Our brains look for efficiency, so we lean on things like social proof, emotional triggers, or default settings without realizing it. That's not weakness, that's design. But when we're unaware of the design, we're more likely to be directed by it. Here's an example. Say you're shopping online. A timer counts down. Only 2 left. Your rational mind says pause, but your reactive brain wants to act. That's not just marketing. That's behavioral engineering, tapping into scarcity bias and loss aversion, and it's everywhere. From political slogans to algorithm feeds, subtle nudges shape attention, emotion, even memory. The trick isn't to resist all influence, that's impossible. The real move is to spot the patterns, to slow the scroll, to ask, why do I feel the need to act right now? Because when you name the trick, you weaken its power. Awareness is the real defense, not paranoia, not cynicism. Just the simple skill of noticing. That's the kind of mind control we actually can master, not over others, but over how we respond. Some forms of power are loud, but the most persistent kind. It barely whispers. Subtle dominance isn't about control or commands. It shows up in pauses, posture, and unspoken priorities. The person who waits for others to speak first. The one whose silence shifts the room. Dominance can look like calm, when everyone else is rushing, or curiosity when others are defensive. Take a conversation. One person interrupts, talks fast, fills the space. Another lets silence hang, then asks a single well-placed question, and suddenly the energy shifts. Because influence isn't always in the volume. Sometimes it's in the stillness that makes others lean in. Psychologically, these behaviors tie into presence and perceived authority. People tend to follow those who seem least reactive. It signals emotional regulation, which we're wired to interpret as strength. And when someone sets the pace, whether in words or decisions, others often adjust without realizing it. This isn't manipulation, it's awareness. And it works best when it's not used to overpower, but to steady the dynamic. Like choosing when to speak so your words land. Or holding eye contact, not to intimidate, but to reassure. In the end, subtle dominance isn't about getting your way. It's about knowing your weight in the room and using it with care. Because real strength doesn't need to shout. It only needs to be felt. Gaslighting rarely starts as obvious. It's not a loud accusation or a sudden outburst. It's subtle, like someone rewriting a memory you were sure of, making you question if you're too sensitive or if you imagined the whole thing, one small distortion at a time. What makes gaslighting so effective isn't that it's convincing, it's that it's confusing. The person doing it often sounds calm, even concerned. They might say, "I didn't say that. You must be tired." Or, "Why would I lie to you?" And because we're wired for trust, especially with people close to us, we start to doubt ourselves before we doubt them. Psychologically, this taps into something called cognitive dissonance. When our experience clashes with someone else's version of events, especially someone we care about, our brain tries to resolve the tension. And often it does so by bending our memory to fit their narrative. It feels safer, but it erodes self-trust. Here's what exposure looks like. Noticing the patterns, the shift from occasional disagreement to frequent self-doubt. Realizing you're apologizing all the time but can't explain why. Or catching that moment when someone flatly denies something they said while you're holding the text. Calling it out isn't always immediate or dramatic. Sometimes it starts internally, naming what's happening even just to yourself. This doesn't add up. That's the first crack in the illusion. And from there, clarity begins. Gaslighting loses power when truth becomes non-negotiable. When your memory, your gut, your sense of reality is something you protect, not something you hand over for someone else to edit. It doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it's just a sigh, a pause, or a quiet, "After all I've done for you." Emotional blackmail rarely shouts. It whispers, making you question if you're being unfair or selfish or cold. At its core, emotional blackmail is a manipulation tactic. It's when someone uses guilt, fear, or obligation to control your choices. The threat isn't always clear. It's often wrapped in care or closeness. "I guess I'll just be alone then." Might sound like sadness. But when it's meant to steer your behavior, it becomes a tool. Let's take a common example. A parent says, "If you loved me, you'd visit more." It sounds reasonable on the surface, but it trades on emotional debt. Instead of inviting connection, it pressures compliance. The love becomes conditional. And psychologically, this creates a trap. The more you try to ease their distress, the more your boundaries erode. What makes emotional blackmail so powerful is that it works best on people who care deeply. Those who are empathetic, conscientious, or loyal are often the ones most vulnerable. And that's what makes it so difficult to name, because the manipulator isn't always cruel. They're often afraid themselves. But recognizing it doesn't mean rejecting the person. It means recognizing the pattern. Guilt is not love. Obligation is not respect. And fear is not care. The moment you name emotional blackmail for what it is, you take back the space to choose freely. Not out of fear or duty, but from clarity. And that's where real connection begins. Who gets to decide what matters most in life? Who shapes the rules, defines success, or determines who gets to speak and who stays silent? It's tempting to think power only lives in grand offices or behind big decisions, but often it shows up in smaller ways, in who interrupts and who gets interrupted, in whose feelings are validated and whose are dismissed. Power isn't just authority, it's influence, it's presence. And in psychology, it's deeply tied to perception. People tend to follow those who seem certain, even when that certainty is unfounded. They yield to confidence, charisma, or even convenience. But just because someone speaks the loudest doesn't mean their voice holds the most truth. Sometimes the most powerful person in a room is the quiet one who listens, or the one who asks a real question instead of offering a quick answer. Real power isn't always about control, it's about effect. Who shapes the direction of a conversation? Who gets others to reflect or rethink? And power can be shared. When someone makes space for others to speak, or questions a norm that excludes people, they're shifting the balance. They're using influence not to dominate, but to distribute. So the real question might not be who holds power, but how are we holding it? Because power handled with care builds trust. It makes space. And in that space, something better can grow. Some people don't need to raise their voice to command a room. They don't need to interrupt, over-explain, or chase attention. Their authority comes from something quieter, something steadier. It's the kind that doesn't demand respect but invites it. This kind of presence isn't loud, it's not flashy, but it changes how people listen. Think of the coach who doesn't yell, but whose players lock in the moment they speak. Or the co-worker who never dominates meetings, yet somehow steers the most decisions. Their impact isn't about volume, it's about clarity, stillness, certainty. Psychologically, this links to a concept called low reactive leadership. People who remain calm under pressure signal security to others. Their steadiness becomes contagious. When someone holds their ground without needing to prove it, our brains register that as confidence, and we trust it. We lean toward it. In practice, silent authority shows up in the pauses, in the way someone waits before answering, in how they listen all the way through before speaking. It's the refusal to rush, to inflate, or to play status games. Ironically, that restraint often carries more weight than all the noise combined. It's not about being passive, it's about being grounded. And in a world that often rewards volume over value, quiet strength stands out even more. Sometimes the most powerful move isn't to speak louder, it's to speak less and mean more. They don't always lie with words. Sometimes it's a smile that's too rehearsed, a gesture that hides calculation, or praise that feels just a little too polished. Deception for gain rarely looks like a villain in a mask. It often looks like someone doing exactly what we want to hear. Psychologically, this taps into a principle called impression management, the subtle art of shaping how others see us. It's not always malicious. Most people do it, especially in high-stakes settings, but when used strategically to manipulate trust, it becomes something else, a kind of social camouflage, a currency for control. Think of a co-worker who flatters the boss before undercutting a colleague, or a friend who only shows up when they need something, cloaking self-interest in charm. On the surface, it looks like warmth. Underneath, it's negotiation. And the tricky part, we're wired to believe it. Our brains naturally seek coherence. We want actions and words to align. So when someone mirrors our values or attention, it builds false credibility. It's called the halo effect. One good trait colours everything else. But awareness changes the game. Recognizing patterns, who only appears when there's something to gain, who disappears when there's nothing to offer, helps separate authenticity from performance. Not all smiles are signals of trust. Not all charm is connection. When gain is the goal, deception doesn't need to lie. It just needs to be convincing. The more we learn to look past the polish, the better we get at seeing people as they really are, not just who they pretend to be. You don't notice it happening. That's what makes it powerful. Someone mentions a fact you didn't ask for. A news story plays on repeat. A joke gets told so many times it stops being funny, but somehow still shapes how you see things. Covert influence doesn't show up with a label. It blends in. At its core, covert influence works not by logic, but by repetition, suggestion, and subtle cues. Psychologically, it taps into the brain's shortcuts, what we call heuristics. We assume something is true because it feels familiar, or because it comes from someone who sounds confident, or because no one else in the room pushes back. One example is the illusion of truth effect. Say something enough times and people start to believe it, just because they've heard it before. It doesn't have to be persuasive. It just has to be repeated, or consider social proof. When everyone else seems to nod along, we take it as a signal that they know something we don't. It's not a conscious decision, it's how we're wired to stay safe in a group. These techniques aren't always malicious. They show up in advertising, politics, even day-to-day conversations, but being aware of them lets you slow things down. To ask, do I actually agree with this, or does it just feel comfortable? Awareness is the antidote. Not paranoia, just presence. Because the most powerful ideas are the ones we adopt without realizing we've been taught them. Sometimes fear doesn't sound like panic. It sounds like hesitation, like maybe I'm not ready yet, or what if I fail? It disguises itself as logic, as planning, as waiting for the right moment, but underneath all that strategy is often just fear, trying to keep us safe by keeping us still. That's the thing about fear. It's persuasive, and it doesn't need to shout to control us. It just needs to whisper doubts, consistently enough that we stop moving forward. Psychologically, fear activates the part of the brain wired for protection, not growth. It narrows focus, magnifies risks, and downplays possibility. And without realizing it, we start choosing safety over potential. Imagine someone with a talent they've never shared, a song they don't sing, a story they never write. Not because they don't want to, but because fear told them to wait. Just until they're more confident, more perfect, more certain. But confidence doesn't come before action. It's what gets built after we begin. This doesn't mean ignoring fear. It means learning to hear it without letting it drive, naming it, challenging it, asking, is this fear trying to help me or hold me back? Because when we act despite it, something powerful happens. We expand what we believe we can handle. Fear will always be part of the story, but it doesn't have to be the author. Choosing to move forward anyway, that's how we reclaim the pen. That's how we stop living the same chapter. We like to think obedience is a choice, that we follow rules or authority because we believe in them. But often that's not quite true. Most of the time, we obey because it feels easier, safer, familiar. In psychology, this taps into a concept called social conditioning. From childhood, we're taught to listen to teachers, parents, bosses, not just out of respect, but because consequences follow if we don't. Over time, this pattern becomes automatic, not thinking, just following. And when the command comes from someone in charge, that effect multiplies. Take the famous Milgram experiment. Participants were instructed to give what they believed were painful electric shocks to others. Most continued, even when distressed, simply because someone in a lab coat told them to. They weren't cruel, they were obedient. And that's the point. Obedience isn't just about authority, it's about pressure, fear of standing out, desire to be liked, the illusion that someone else is responsible for the outcome. Psychologically, we're wired to avoid conflict and seek belonging. So we follow even when something feels off. But recognizing this pattern can shift everything. It invites you to pause and ask, am I doing this because it's right or just because it's expected? That one moment of reflection can turn blind obedience into conscious choice. Because true autonomy doesn't mean never listening. It means knowing when to stop and decide for yourself. And that's when obedience becomes intention, not habit. You probably feel it in moments of reflection, those quiet questions that tug at the edges of your choices. Did I really choose this path, or was it always set for me? It's a question that sits deep under so many of our decisions. And it's what makes the idea of free will so unnerving. Because what if it's not broken? But it never worked quite the way we thought. Psychologically, our sense of agency feels real. We make decisions. Weigh pros and cons. Pick this job over that one, this partner, this route home. But research shows our brains often make choices milliseconds before we're even conscious of them. The feeling of choosing might be more of a story we tell ourselves afterward, a kind of retroactive explanation that helps us feel in control. This doesn't mean we're puppets, but it does suggest that free will isn't as clean-cut as we'd like. It's influenced, shaped by experience, emotion, habit, even the language we speak. And when those forces stack up, what we call choice might be more like momentum. Take a moment of regret. You think, why did I do that? But maybe a better question is, what led me there? That shift opens space for compassion, for curiosity. It invites us to understand the layers behind action. So maybe the power isn't in perfect freedom. Maybe it's in awareness, in noticing the invisible currents before they carry us too far. Free will might not be broken. It might just need to be seen more clearly for what it is and what it isn't. You can wear a mask so long it feels like skin. Sometimes it starts as a role you need to play, boss, expert, leader. Other times it's armor, a way to keep things tidy, polished, in control. Over time, people may even admire you for it, but there's a quiet cost to always being the one who has it together. Because behind that mask, you're still you, with doubts, with questions, with moments of fear you never say out loud. And the longer you keep the mask on, the more people respond to the image, not the person. That kind of authority looks strong, but it's fragile. It depends on never slipping. Real authority doesn't come from hiding who you are. It comes from integrating who you are. That includes the parts that aren't always sure. Psychologically, this kind of authenticity creates connection. It builds trust. People don't follow you because you seem flawless. They follow because you seem real. Let's take a familiar moment. A manager admits in a meeting, "I'm still figuring out the best way forward here." It doesn't undercut their leadership. It signals honesty. It invites collaboration. And it often earns more respect than pretending to know everything. In a world obsessed with confidence, vulnerability can feel risky. But it's what makes authority last. Because what people remember isn't just how composed you were, it's how human you were. The real strength isn't in the mask, it's in the courage to take it off. Obedience often hides in plain sight. It's the child who freezes mid-play when a parent's tone shifts. The employee who swallows disagreement in a meeting. The teenager who nods at rules they don't believe in. From the outside, it can look like respect, but inside, it's more complicated. Psychology shows us that obedience isn't just about rules, it's about relationships. It often stems not from understanding, but from fear, approval, or habit. People obey because they've learned that challenging authority carries a cost. That cost might be disapproval, exclusion, or punishment. So they comply, even when it conflicts with their values or instincts. Here's the twist. The more someone is praised for being obedient, the harder it becomes to hear their own voice. A child praised for being so well behaved might not learn how to speak up when something feels wrong. A worker known for being low maintenance might ignore burnout signs just to stay agreeable. But obedience isn't inherently bad. It can signal trust, collaboration, or shared goals. The difference is in the source. When it's rooted in fear, it limits. When it comes from clarity and consent, it empowers. That's the real secret. The healthiest obedience doesn't erase autonomy, it grows from it. So the next time you see obedience, ask what's underneath. Is it fear or trust? Suppression or alignment? Because the most powerful kind of obedience isn't about saying yes. It's knowing you could say no and choosing yes anyway. Some words aren't chosen to express, they're chosen to control. And the shift is so subtle, you often don't notice until later. Words like always and never can corner you. You never listen. You always mess this up. It sounds like feedback, but it leaves no room to grow. Just guilt. Or take should. It pretends to be helpful. You should speak up more, you should relax, but often it's a mask for judgment, not support. In psychology, these are known as coercive or framing tactics. Language designed not to inform, but to steer emotion and behaviour. I'm just being honest can shut down response. If you really cared, you'd put love on trial. Even compliments can be loaded. You're not like other people. It flatters, but also isolates. Here's a small example. You're in a conversation and someone says, "Don't get so sensitive." That phrase doesn't address what you said. It rewrites how you're allowed to feel. Suddenly, the problem isn't what happened, it's your reaction. That's not communication. It's manipulation. Being aware of these patterns doesn't mean becoming hyper-suspicious. It means noticing the shape of a sentence before you absorb the weight of it. Language shapes how we see ourselves, how we relate, how we move through conflict. The more you recognize manipulative phrasing, the more you can respond rather than react. You get to choose what lands. You get to define the conversation, and that clarity, that's real power. You think you're steering the wheel, but suddenly everything feels like it's spinning. You double-check the plan, micromanage the pieces, tighten your grip, and still things unravel. That's the sting of losing control. It's not just about outcomes, it's about the story we tell ourselves. That if we plan well, prepare enough and push harder, we can keep chaos at bay. But psychology paints a different picture. Our need for control is deeply human, linked to safety, identity, and even survival. So when control slips, it doesn't just feel inconvenient, it feels personal, like failure. Here's the shift. Control isn't always something you hold. Sometimes it's something you move with, like a surfer adjusting to the wave rather than trying to freeze the ocean. Picture this. A project spirals off track. You can fight the tide or adapt. Delegate. Reframe the goal. Change the timeline. It's not resignation, it's response. Flexibility doesn't mean giving up. It means staying in motion. Psychologically, this taps into what researchers call locus of control, whether we believe our power lies within us or outside us. Ironically, people who accept what they can't control tend to feel more empowered, not less, because they focus energy where it actually matters, on response, not resistance. Losing control doesn't mean losing yourself. It means recalibrating, listening, choosing how you meet the moment instead of how you wish it would behave. And sometimes that shift away from force and toward flow is where the real strength lives. It doesn't always start with a failure. Sometimes it starts with a quiet promise you make to yourself, a small line you draw. No dessert after dinner. Wake up early, just one episode. And for a while, you hold the line. Then one night, you don't. That crack in resolve. People often call it a lack of willpower, but the truth runs deeper. Willpower isn't a fixed trait. It's not a switch you turn on or off. Psychologically, it's a resource, like fuel. And it drains faster when you're tired, stressed, overwhelmed, or constantly deciding between what you want now and what you want most. Here's where it gets tricky. Our culture tells us to just try harder, push through. But trying harder when your tank is empty doesn't build resilience. It builds frustration. It turns every slip into a story about who you are, not what you're going through. Imagine instead that willpower isn't the problem. It's the signal. The moment you reach for that cookie or skip that run, it's not just weakness, it's data. It tells you something needs attention, maybe sleep, maybe boundaries, maybe just a break from perfection. When we treat willpower as a gauge instead of a verdict, everything shifts. We stop blaming ourselves and start supporting ourselves. We ask better questions, not what's wrong with me, but what would help me follow through next time. Because in the end, the goal isn't unbreakable discipline. It's sustainable care. And that means building systems that don't just rely on willpower, but protect it. You can be free and not feel free at all. That's the strange part. From the outside, life might look fine, routine, stable, even successful. But inside, something feels tight, like you're carrying invisible weights that you never agreed to pick up. These aren't physical chains, they're expectations, old beliefs, roles you didn't choose but learned to play. Psychologically, this links to something called internalized narratives, stories about who we should be that were never really ours. Maybe you were told to always be strong, or to never disappoint, or that your worth is tied to how much you achieve. These messages don't shout, they whisper. But over time, they shape your choices more than you realize. Take a moment and think, have you ever said yes when every part of you wanted to say no? Stayed quiet just to keep the peace? Avoided a risk because the voice in your head said, you're not that kind of person. That's not just hesitation, that's a hidden chain. The good news is, naming these forces loosens their grip. When you notice the script you've been handed, you can start editing it. You can ask, does this belief serve me or just keep me stuck? Freedom isn't just about having options. It's about seeing what's quietly steering you. The more aware you are of the unseen rules, the more you can rewrite them. And sometimes just realizing what's been holding you back is the first real step toward letting go. In the thick of hardship, something unexpected happens. You begin to change. It doesn't feel noble at first. It feels like survival, like trying to breathe with the weight of the world pressing down. But somewhere inside that pressure, a strange kind of power starts to form. Not the flashy, triumphant kind, the quiet kind, the kind that doesn't announce itself, but grows strong in the silence. Psychologists call this post-traumatic growth, the idea that through suffering, people can actually develop deeper resilience, sharper clarity, and stronger purpose. It's not that the pain disappears, it's that the person who walks out of it is not the same as the one who walked in. Think about the times you felt like you'd hit a wall, when it was dark, uncertain, and you didn't know what came next, and somehow you kept going. Maybe slower, maybe shakier, but forward. That wasn't weakness. That was power finding its shape. Because darkness doesn't just obscure, it reveals, it strips away distractions, it shows you what matters, it introduces you to the part of yourself that's been quiet all along, the one that doesn't give up, even when everything else says to. This isn't about romanticizing struggle. It's about honoring what it awakens in you, the power that doesn't need the spotlight, the kind that's earned, not inherited. There is a strength that only shows up when life gets hard, and once it does, you never forget how to find it again. It's strange how often we think surrender means failure, like giving up a fight or backing down from what we want. But not every act of letting go is defeat. Sometimes it's clarity. In psychology, surrender and resistance describe how we respond to tension. Resistance is clenching up, trying to force outcomes. control emotions, suppress discomfort. It feels powerful in the moment, but over time, resistance exhausts us. We carry stress longer, react harder, and miss what's actually happening. Surrender doesn't mean rolling over. It means allowing what's true to be seen without trying to twist it. It means feeling the hard thing instead of covering it up. Psychologically, this taps into acceptance-based coping strategies, which are proven to reduce anxiety and increase resilience. When we stop fighting what is, we free up energy to move forward. Think about an argument where your instinct is to win. Every point you make is a push, a block, a defense. But if you pause and say, "This hurt me, and I don't want to pretend it didn't," you've surrendered your armor. That soft truth has more impact than 100 clever comebacks. There are moments to resist, to set boundaries, to say no. But there are also moments where surrender is the wiser move. It lets reality breathe. It makes space for healing, connection, and sometimes even peace. It's not always obvious which to choose. But when you learn the difference, life stops being a battle and starts becoming something you can truly face. Some people follow the rules because they trust the rules. Others follow them because they fear what happens if they don't. But what if you removed the rules entirely? What would be left to guide someone? There's a belief that without rules, morality collapses, that people will do whatever they want, no matter who it hurts. But psychology paints a more complex picture. Even without external rules, most people still carry internal guides, things like empathy, fairness, guilt. These aren't handed down by a rule book. They're shaped through experience, community, and reflection. Think about this. A child comforts a crying friend without being told. A stranger returns a lost wallet without a law demanding it. These acts aren't driven by fear of punishment. They come from something deeper, a felt sense of rightness. Neuroscience backs this up. Empathy activates specific networks in the brain that reward us for caring, for helping. We're wired not just to survive, but to belong. That doesn't mean people always act kindly, but it does suggest that rules aren't the root of morality. They're scaffolding, helpful when we're learning, but not the whole structure. In fact, sometimes following rules blindly can excuse harm. "I was just doing my job" becomes a shield against personal accountability. So maybe the real measure isn't whether someone knows the rules, but whether they know themselves, what they believe, what they value, and whether they act in alignment with that, especially when no one's watching. Morality without rules isn't chaos, it's character. And character, unlike rules, can't be copied or enforced. It has to be chosen. Goodness isn't soft. It isn't passive. It isn't the absence of harm. It's a force, a deliberate, disciplined choice to build when breaking would be easier. It can be easy to think that evil has the upper hand, that cruelty, deception, and power will always outpace kindness. But in behavioral psychology, what often looks like weakness, empathy, restraint, forgiveness, is actually a form of strength. These traits require emotional regulation, perspective taking, even delayed gratification. They're hard to fake and harder to sustain. Imagine a person in power who chooses fairness over control, or a friend who tells the truth gently, even when it costs them. These aren't neutral moves. They're active decisions to stay rooted in values when the ground could so easily shift. Psychologically, people trust those who are consistent in their care. Research shows we're wired to respond to safety cues, calm voices, genuine concern, stable reactions. Over time, those who lead with goodness build influence not by fear, but by reliability. It's slower, but it lasts longer. Goodness doesn't win every battle. Sometimes it walks away, sometimes it loses in the short term, but it also invites reflection. It triggers guilt in those who harm and courage in those who witness. In that way, it spreads quietly, stubbornly. Evil might dominate a moment, but goodness shapes a memory. And over time, memories guide behaviour, because what sticks with us isn't always who shouted loudest, but who showed up with care when they didn't have to. That's how goodness courts evil, not by fighting fire with fire, but by proving there's another way to burn. Most people think ethics is just about choosing right over wrong. But the truth is, ethics can be a maze, one where every path has consequences, and none of them are clean. Take honesty. It seems noble. But what if telling the truth ruins someone's life? Or loyalty? What happens when standing by one person means betraying another? These aren't just theoretical puzzles. They're the kinds of choices that come up in families, workplaces, friendships. Choices where values collide, and there's no neat answer. Psychologically, this discomfort is called moral conflict. Our brains are wired for consistency, so when our values clash, it creates tension we feel in our bodies. We freeze, we rationalise, we agonise. And the harder the choice, the more likely we are to reshape our memory of it after the fact, just to feel okay about what we did. There's also moral licensing, where doing something good makes people feel entitled to do something not so good later. It's how someone can donate to charity, then cheat on their taxes. It's not hypocrisy, it's psychology. Our minds balance the moral books in strange ways. So maybe the dark side of ethics isn't that people fail to live up to their values. It's that values themselves often demand too much, too soon, with too little clarity. And that's why ethical thinking isn't about having the right answer. It's about sitting with hard questions, making peace with uncertainty, and learning to carry the weight of doing what feels most human, not just what looks most righteous. You make a choice, and something tugs at you. Not just whether it's right or wrong, but whether it fits with who you are. That quiet discomfort, the pause in your chest, that's a moral dilemma revealing itself. It's not about clear-cut answers. It's about the weight of choices that don't have a perfect side. Maybe it's staying silent when you know someone's being mistreated. Maybe it's telling a hard truth that could hurt someone you love. In those moments, values collide. Honesty versus kindness, loyalty versus justice. These aren't logic puzzles. They're deeply human tensions, and they can shape who we become more than the choices we make when the path is clear. Psychologically, this is where cognitive dissonance comes in. The mind strains when actions and beliefs don't align. That discomfort? It's the brain's way of flagging a deeper question. What kind of person do I want to be? We often think of morality as rules. Don't steal, don't lie. But most dilemmas don't look like theft or deception. They look like trade-offs. They look like standing at a fork in the road and realizing that either direction will cost something. And that's what makes these moments powerful. Not because they tell us who we are, but because they ask us again and again. And every answer, even the quiet ones, becomes part of our story. Someone lies, cheats, betrays a friend, but then they say, "I had no choice. It was for a greater good." That's the moment the logic of ends, justifying the means, kicks in. It's tempting, because when the outcome feels important enough, even wrong actions can start to feel reasonable. Psychologically, this speaks to moral licensing, the idea that doing something good gives us permission to bend the rules next time. If we believe the goal is noble, our brains let us look away from the damage along the way. Here's a simple example. A manager wants their team to succeed, so they hide bad news, work them harder, skip the part where they ask how people are doing, all because it's for the company. But what starts as ambition can slip into manipulation when no one's checking how it feels to get there. The problem isn't always the goal, it's what we're willing to sacrifice to reach it. Relationships, trust, our own sense of right and wrong. And over time, those little compromises start to add up. Until one day, the person justifying the damage doesn't recognize themselves anymore. Moral clarity isn't just about the result, it's about the path, because how we get somewhere shapes who we become when we arrive. The best goals don't require harm to prove their worth. They invite better means. They hold up to honesty, and when they don't, that might be the signal. It's not the goal that needs defending. It's the method that needs changing. When we think of horror, we usually picture things that frighten us, things that make our hearts race or leave us gasping for air. But there's something uniquely profound in the way horror challenges our perception of beauty. It's in the darkness that we often find the most vivid contrasts, the way fear and awe can coexist, pushing us to rethink the boundaries of human experience. It's not just the shock value or the grotesque images that stand out, but the way these moments make us reflect on life in its rawest form. In many ways, horror can be a mirror, reflecting not only what we fear, but also what we fail to acknowledge about ourselves. Think about how often we're drawn to a horror story, not because it's simply terrifying, but because it taps into something deeper. Our anxieties, our vulnerabilities, our hidden emotions. The fear we experience in these moments becomes a catalyst for self-exploration. There's beauty in how horror forces us to confront the parts of us we usually keep hidden, to reckon with the unknown in a way that feels almost intimate. The juxtaposition of terror and beauty isn't just a random occurrence. Psychologically, it's tied to the way our brains respond to contrasting stimuli. Fear and beauty activate different parts of the brain, and when they're presented together, they create a powerful, unforgettable experience. This interplay is what makes horror artful. It's not just about the fright, it's about the emotional depth, the way those dark moments stay with us long after the lights come back on. And in that lingering, unsettling feeling, we begin to understand that sometimes beauty isn't always about light and ease. It's found in the tension, in the mystery, in the things that make us question life itself. Compassion and cruelty often seem like opposite ends of a spectrum, but the line between them is more blurred than we might like to admit. Sometimes cruelty can slip in when we least expect it, wrapped in the guise of tough love or well-intentioned advice. In our fast-paced world, we often forget that compassion requires slowing down and truly connecting with someone, not just offering a solution or a quick fix. For example, when someone opens up about feeling overwhelmed, it's tempting to immediately jump in with, "Have you tried this?" Or, "Maybe you should do that." But in that moment, what they need most is not a fix, but a feeling of being understood. Psychologically, when someone feels heard, they're more likely to open up further, and the conversation becomes an opportunity for genuine connection, rather than a one-sided rescue mission. This is where compassion steps in. It's not about offering answers, but about recognizing the emotional weight someone is carrying and acknowledging it. It's about reflecting their feelings back to them so they feel seen. That small act of mirroring can ease the burden they're carrying and foster trust. On the other hand, cruelty often sneaks in when we dismiss someone's emotions, even if it's not intentional. When we rush to correct, or worse, ignore what they're feeling, it creates a gap. We may think we're helping, but in reality, we're just pushing them further away. Compassion, then, isn't just a nice thing to do, it's a powerful tool for building connection. It transforms interactions from transactional to meaningful. And in that transformation, we discover a deeper way to be with one another, not as fixers, but as fellow travelers on this shared journey of life. Revenge can be a powerful feeling, often clouded by the belief that it will bring closure. We imagine that seeking justice or revenge will right the wrongs and restore balance. But in reality, does it really heal? More often than not, it extends the cycle of hurt and resentment. The idea behind justice versus vengeance is rooted in how we see fairness. Justice is about restoring balance, about addressing wrongs in a way that benefits everyone. It's grounded in understanding fairness and resolution. On the other hand, vengeance focuses on an emotional response, a desire to make the other suffer as we have. But this kind of retaliation rarely brings peace. It's fueled by anger, which clouds our judgment, and while we may feel momentary satisfaction, it doesn't last. Let's take an example. Imagine a situation where someone wrongs you deeply. The instinct might be to retaliate, to make them feel the same pain. But if you were to step back and choose justice, perhaps by speaking up, seeking a resolution, or simply letting go, the outcome often shifts. You regain your sense of control, and the situation stops defining you. Vengeance, though, can tie you to the past. It keeps you anchored to the pain, forcing you to relive it. Psychologically, seeking justice gives us closure. It aligns with our values of fairness and integrity, leading to long-term peace. Vengeance, in contrast, feeds negative emotions, making us prisoners of the very hurt we want to escape. In the end, the pursuit of justice isn't about defeating the other person. It's about freeing yourself from the grip of anger. Logic often feels like the safe bet. It's structured, predictable, and offers clear answers. But empathy, that's the unpredictable force that taps into our emotions and connections, often offering solutions that logic can't. We tend to rely on logic because it provides a sense of control. It's easy to hold on to facts and numbers, and they don't stray into murky emotional waters. But when it comes to people, to relationships, logic can sometimes fall short. Empathy, on the other hand, helps us truly understand another person's perspective, not just solve a problem. Let's think about a disagreement. Logic might tell us to present facts and win the argument, but what happens when we do that? The other person feels unheard, and the cycle of miscommunication continues. Empathy shifts the focus. Instead of proving who's right, it invites us to listen, to understand, and to find common ground. In relationships, whether personal or professional, combining empathy with logic leads to deeper connections and stronger trust. Psychologically, empathy fosters safety. It opens doors to vulnerability, where people feel comfortable sharing their true feelings. Logic might explain a situation, but empathy addresses the human heart of it. So, next time you face a challenge, consider both sides. The clear-cut answers logic offers and the emotional insights empathy provides. By balancing both, you can navigate life's complexities with more understanding and compassion. It's not always about being right, it's about being understood. Freedom and safety often feel like two opposing forces, like a tug of war between desire and necessity. On one side, there's the pull of freedom, the sense of limitless possibilities and self-expression. On the other, safety offers the comfort of protection and stability. In a world that constantly asks us to choose between them, it's easy to feel torn. But here's the catch. These two aren't necessarily in conflict. When we prioritize safety, we often feel confined, restricted by rules or limitations. It's natural to think that following all the rules will keep us safe, but sometimes it's in the breaking of those rules, the stepping outside of our comfort zones, that we truly feel alive. Imagine a bird in its cage. Safe, yes, but unable to spread its wings. On the flip side, too much freedom can feel overwhelming. The vastness of choice, the pressure to chart your own course can paralyze us. It's easy to mistake freedom for chaos, especially when the world doesn't offer us a clear map to navigate. But what if true freedom lies not in the absence of boundaries, but in choosing the boundaries that allow us to grow? The key might lie in a balance. Freedom with structure, safety with room for exploration. Think of it like a river. Its banks guide the water, but within those confines it can flow freely, carving new paths, constantly adapting to the terrain. Finding harmony between freedom and safety is about creating space for both, the thrill of possibility and the peace of security. It's not about choosing one over the other. It's about understanding how they can coexist. And when they do, that's where we find the most profound sense of freedom. We often think of altruism as the pure act of helping others selflessly. But what if every act of kindness also has a trace of self-interest? This idea isn't about labeling good deeds as selfish, but about understanding that human behavior is often a mix of both motives. Psychologically, this concept is rooted in something called reciprocal altruism. It's the idea that people help others, not only because they care, but because it can benefit them in the long run. For example, when you lend a hand to a colleague, you're not just being nice, you're also building a connection that could come in handy down the line. It's the same reason why we might volunteer, for causes that align with our values. The satisfaction we feel is both emotional and social, reinforcing our place in a community. But this doesn't diminish the value of the help. Instead, it highlights how intertwined our motivations can be. Psychologically, helping others creates a sense of fulfillment, which strengthens our bonds and reinforces behaviors we want to repeat. It's why giving can sometimes feel as good as receiving. And even when we act out of self-interest, the results often lead to positive outcomes for others. This idea challenges the strict line between altruism and selfishness. Maybe, just maybe, they're not opposites at all. Instead, they're different sides of the same coin, both essential for our well-being. By embracing this complexity, we can better appreciate the ways in which we connect, support, and grow together. Betrayal of trust can feel like an emotional earthquake, shaking the very foundation of a relationship. It leaves us questioning everything, our judgment, our values, and even ourselves. When trust is broken, the impact is immediate. You might feel blindsided, as if the person you relied on was never who you thought they were. But beneath that initial rush of hurt, something deeper begins to unfold. A realization of the importance of trust and the complexity of human relationships. This moment is a powerful turning point. It can either break us or help us grow. The thing about trust is, it's built slowly, one small action at a time, yet when betrayed, it can shatter in an instant. We often assume that betrayal only comes from major violations, but in reality, even the smallest broken promises can start to erode trust. It's not just the big lies that hurt, it's the small, repeated actions that say, "I'm not dependable." And once that thread of doubt enters, it takes time and effort to rebuild. Psychologically, betrayal triggers something called cognitive dissonance. Our brains struggle to reconcile what we believed with the painful truth we now face. This inner conflict can leave us feeling paralyzed, unsure of how to move forward. But the key here is the ability to process this dissonance, to reflect on what went wrong, and to ask whether we can find a way to rebuild trust, either with that person or with ourselves. Trust betrayed isn't the end. It's the beginning of a deeper understanding of who we are, who we choose to let in, and what we're truly capable of. It's a painful lesson, but one that often leads us to greater wisdom and resilience. Love is often described as a force that connects us, but what happens when that connection causes pain? The truth is, love can bring both joy and heartache, sometimes in equal measure. When we love deeply, we make ourselves vulnerable. It's a bond that has the power to lift us up, but also the potential to hurt us in ways we can't always anticipate. We might think that love should always feel good, that it should shield us from the world's difficulties, but in reality it's this very vulnerability that creates the space for growth, for learning, and for deeper connection. The more we care for someone, the more we stand to lose, and sometimes that loss hits harder than we ever expected. Take a simple example. A person who invests their heart in a relationship, only to face betrayal or disappointment. The pain feels almost unbearable, yet this same experience teaches them resilience and a deeper understanding of themselves. It shifts their perspective on trust, on boundaries, and on what love really means. Love isn't just about the good moments, but about how we handle the tough ones too. Psychologically, this tension between love's beauty and its potential for pain helps us grow emotionally. It teaches us how to navigate complexity, to embrace vulnerability without letting it destroy us. In the end, love breeds pain, but that pain isn't something to avoid. It's a part of what makes us human, what connects us in our shared experiences. Embrace both the highs and lows, for it's the balance of them that truly defines love's power. The concept of survival is instinctual. It's about holding on, getting by, making it through. But when survival becomes a daily grind, something crucial begins to fade. We stop asking ourselves, what do I need to thrive? Sacrifice, on the other hand, is often tied to the belief that we must give something up, time, energy, desires, so that something greater can emerge. But how often do we really ask whether the sacrifice is worth it? Consider this. We may survive by sacrificing our well-being, our passions, or our connections with others. But what if we could shift from simply surviving to truly thriving? Imagine a person who works tirelessly to meet others' expectations, constantly sacrificing their peace of mind for the sake of results. Over time, they become disconnected, weary, and empty, no matter how much they accomplish. What if instead they learned to preserve energy for moments of joy, allowing themselves the space to recharge? This is not about avoiding hard work. It's about making work meaningful and sustainable. Psychologically, constant sacrifice without recovery leads to burnout. When we only focus on survival, we narrow our vision. We miss out on the opportunity to grow, to be more than just functional. Sacrifice, when approached with purpose, can fuel long-term success, but it needs balance. It's about saying no to the things that drain us, and yes, to what fuels our energy, creativity, and relationships. Life isn't just about enduring, it's about living fully. By re-evaluating when survival ends and sacrifice becomes a stepping stone toward greater fulfillment, we can begin to live with intention, not just for the next breath, but for the next opportunity. In the darkest moments of life, when everything feels uncertain and heavy, there is still honor to be found. It's easy to think of honor as something grand or heroic, an achievement of greatness. But in reality, honor often comes in the quietest of moments. It's present when we choose integrity over convenience, or when we stand firm in our values, even when no one is watching. This kind of honor doesn't always shine in the spotlight, but its roots grow deep in our character. Imagine someone in the midst of a challenging time, facing adversity with grace. It's not that they're without fear or struggle, but they choose to rise, to act with dignity, to remain true to themselves. The simple decision to endure hardship with respect to oneself and others is what true honor looks like. Psychologically, honor isn't just about external recognition. It's about the internal alignment of our actions with our beliefs. When we honor ourselves, we cultivate a sense of self-worth that isn't contingent on the world's validation. This deepens our emotional resilience and strengthens our ability to navigate the trials life throws at us. We don't need to wait for a moment of crisis to recognize honor. It's built in the everyday choices we make. By standing firm in our values, by doing what's right even when it's hard, we honor not just our integrity, but our humanity. In the quiet of darkness, honor is the light that guides us forward. When we think about virtue, we often imagine it as something that brings out the best in us. Honesty, generosity, and courage are celebrated qualities that seem to guide us toward better lives. But what if our very commitment to these ideals could lead us down a darker path? Take the idea of honesty, for example. It's a virtue we admire in others and strive for ourselves. But when we hold on to honesty too rigidly, we can sometimes forget that context matters. A well-intentioned truth can wound someone when kindness or understanding would be more helpful. We become so focused on being truthful that we lose sight of the human element, the impact our words have on others. Similarly, virtues like responsibility and justice can backfire when we use them to judge others too harshly. We may push for fairness, but in doing so, we risk overlooking the complexity of human behaviour. Life is rarely black and white, and when we cling too tightly to ideals, we sometimes miss the full picture. In our quest to do good, we might end up doing harm. This doesn't mean we abandon virtue. It's about balance. Recognizing when a virtuous trait might lead to unnecessary rigidity is key. It's not about forsaking good values, but about understanding when to adapt them for the greater good. Virtue, when taken too far, can lead us to folly. True wisdom lies in knowing when to temper it with empathy and grace. When we face a conflict between what's legally right and what feels morally just, we are often caught in the tension between law and conscience. Laws are designed to maintain order, to guide behaviour and to protect society. But often, the law doesn't capture the full scope of our humanity, the nuances of empathy, personal experience and moral integrity. Take the example of a whistleblower. Legally, they might be bound by confidentiality agreements, but their conscience drives them to expose wrongdoing. This clash can make them feel torn between the fear of legal consequences and the compelling need to do what's right. This is where the mind struggles, as legal frameworks don't always align with personal values. In many ways, law is built on the concept of fairness, but fairness in legal terms can feel distant from the kind of fairness that resonates with our sense of right and wrong. Psychologically, this dissonance stems from the way we balance societal norms and individual values. We are often trained to respect the law, yet our internal compass is sometimes louder. It's easy to think that following the law is always the moral choice, but history teaches us otherwise. Civil disobedience, for instance, has often been a necessary tool for challenging unjust laws. Navigating this space requires a delicate balance. The law can provide a structure, but it's our conscience that often guides us toward true justice. What's crucial is understanding when to challenge the law and when to abide by it, guided by the values that shape our sense of fairness. In the end, the law doesn't always lead to moral clarity, and sometimes the right thing to do is not always the easiest thing to do. Forgiveness and forgetting often get tangled together, but they're not the same thing. Forgiveness is a choice we make for ourselves, an act of releasing resentment and letting go of a burden. It doesn't mean condoning what happened, nor does it mean the person who wronged us is off the hook. Instead, it's about freeing ourselves from the grip of negative emotions. Forgetting, on the other hand, is about memory, and it can be harder. It's not something we can control, especially when the pain runs deep. But the key difference is in how we approach both. Forgiveness is a conscious, healing decision, while forgetting is something that happens over time, often without our active participation. Think about a situation where you've been hurt by someone. In that moment, your heart feels heavy, and your mind wants to hold on to the anger. But with time, if you forgive, you release the grip of that anger. You choose peace over pain. You may still remember the hurt, but you've made peace with it. Psychologically, forgiveness shifts your focus from the offense to your own well-being. It's a practice of self-care. While forgetting might be out of your control, forgiveness is something you can decide. It's not about erasing the past, but choosing not to let it control your future. So when faced with hurt, remember, you don't have to forget, but you can choose to forgive. That's where true freedom lies. The truth can sometimes feel like a heavy weight, but it's an important one to carry. At its core, truth is meant to guide us, to show us what's real, what's genuine. But what if it's not always the most helpful thing to say? Imagine being in a situation where telling someone exactly what you think could cut them deeply, even if it's honest. What do you do then? Is truth more important than the harm it might cause? We've all been there, caught between honesty and kindness. It's a delicate balance. The idea here isn't that we should shy away from truth, but rather we need to consider how to deliver it. Truth, when shared with care, can build understanding, but when rushed or said without consideration, it can tear things apart. There's psychology at play here. When we're too blunt, our words can trigger defensiveness and hurt. But when we take a moment to frame truth in a way that respects someone's feelings, it opens the door for meaningful connection. For instance, consider a friend who's struggling with their career. You could say, maybe you should find something else, but what if instead you acknowledge their effort and encourage them to explore new possibilities without diminishing their current path? That small shift in approach does more than soften the blow. It gives room for reflection without causing unnecessary harm. Psychologically, people are more receptive when they feel respected, not just told what's wrong. And ultimately, that's what truth should be about: helping, not hurting. Truth, when balanced with empathy, can become a powerful tool for growth. It's not just about being right. It's about being kind, thoughtful, and intentional with our words. After all, sometimes it's not the truth that needs changing, but how we choose to share it. In our lives, we're constantly balancing innocence and guilt, navigating a spectrum where actions and intentions can often blur. The concept of innocence often feels pure and untarnished, while guilt can weigh heavily, casting shadows on our choices. But what if we begin to see these as not just opposing forces, but interconnected elements of the human experience? Take a moment to reflect. We all make mistakes. There's a deep, almost universal urge to assign guilt when something goes wrong, to find fault. But psychologically, guilt isn't just a result of wrongdoing. It's also a trigger for growth and self-reflection. When we embrace this, we start to see guilt as an opportunity rather than a burden. Imagine a friend confesses they didn't meet a deadline. Instead of responding with harsh judgment, what if we gently pointed out the effort they put in, the hurdles they faced? This shift in perspective acknowledges their struggle without defining them by their mistake. It's a reminder that we can hold both innocence and guilt within us, and it's okay to feel both. Recognizing this duality doesn't excuse harmful actions, but it creates space for understanding and personal growth. Psychologically, this approach fosters resilience. People who accept their guilt with the understanding that it doesn't define them are more likely to move forward, stronger and wiser. It's not about being perfect, it's about growing from our imperfections. So, when you encounter someone carrying guilt, remember that it's not a final verdict on their character, but rather a chapter in their evolving story. We're all just figuring it out, one step at a time. Promises can carry the weight of hope, a bond built on trust. But what happens when that trust is betrayed? It's easy to assume betrayal is just an act of broken promises. But when we dive deeper, it's more than a simple lapse. At its core, it's a disruption in how we perceive the world and our relationships within it. When someone promises something, there's an unspoken agreement. Trust is being placed in their words. We don't just expect them to act, we believe they will. But when those promises go unfulfilled, the emotional toll is more profound than disappointment. It leaves a mark on our sense of safety and reliability. We begin to question not just the individual, but the very framework of our expectations. Psychologically, this disruption can impact our mental and emotional well-being. Betrayal doesn't only affect our relationship with the person involved, it can change how we view trust itself. The brain associates promise and betrayal with risk, and when betrayed, the mind becomes more guarded, wary of being hurt again. For example, imagine a close friend promising to support you through a challenging time, only to disappear when you need them most. The feeling isn't just about their absence, it's the emotional shock that comes with realizing that promises don't always equate to action. This moment of betrayal can leave lasting effects, making us hesitant to trust again. But it's important to remember that promises are not just about what's said, they're about shared commitment. A genuine promise is grounded in the intention to act, to follow through. Betrayal might challenge us, but understanding its root allows us to heal and grow. And through this understanding, we can rebuild trust, not just with others, but with ourselves. Chains aren't always something we see as part of kindness. In fact, we often think of kindness as freeing, as a way to give others space and freedom. But sometimes it's the opposite. Kindness is the very thing that can help build stronger connections, even if it involves a little discomfort. Imagine you're in a situation where someone close to you is struggling with something you can't fix. Maybe it's work, relationships, or personal challenges. The natural impulse is to offer solutions or give them space to figure it out. But what if kindness in this case wasn't letting them go, but rather providing a steady, supportive presence, even if it feels like you're creating a chain? Psychologically, this taps into the idea that relationships thrive on commitment and presence, not just problem solving. Let's take a simple example. A friend might be going through a tough time at work. Instead of offering quick fixes or backing off, you could simply sit with them. Acknowledge their feelings, offer your presence without the expectation of solving anything. This act of kindness creates an invisible chain, but it's not a burden. It's a support that holds them up in a time of need. Psychologically, kindness like this builds trust and resilience. It's not always about giving freedom, but offering something solid to lean on when everything feels uncertain. It's about being there, even if it's uncomfortable at times, knowing that the bond you're strengthening will help both of you in the long run. In the end, kindness isn't about letting go. It's about showing up, creating those unseen chains that tie us together in moments of need. And those are the bonds that last. Sometimes silence feels like the safest option. The weight of our thoughts, the fear of judgment, the worry of being misunderstood, these things can make keeping quiet seem like the best route. But when we choose silence over confession, we often carry a heavier burden than we realize. It's easy to assume that staying silent protects us, but it can also isolate us, leaving emotions bottled up inside, silently affecting our well-being. On the flip side, confession can be liberating. Opening up, whether it's to a friend or even to ourselves, can create connection. It's like giving a release valve to pent-up pressure, allowing us to breathe more freely. And while confessing might feel vulnerable or uncomfortable, it often leads to unexpected relief because we're no longer holding on to the weight of our unspoken truths. Psychologically, confession works because it shifts the energy from internal conflict to external expression. When we speak our truth, we're not just sharing information, we're honoring our own feelings and experiences. This act of self-validation is powerful. It tells our brain, I am worthy of being heard, which in turn nurtures our emotional well-being. It doesn't have to be a grand speech. It can be as simple as acknowledging the small things that weigh on us. Choosing between confession and silence is a personal decision. But remember, silence doesn't always offer peace. Sometimes the act of speaking, however small, is the key to unburdening your mind and forging deeper connections with others. It's easy to think of ethics as a strict set of rules we follow to avoid wrongdoing, but the truth is more complex. Sometimes we miss the mark, not because we don't care, but because we don't even see the blind spots in our thinking. These are the moments when our biases or assumptions steer us in the wrong direction without us even realizing it. Take the classic example of treating everyone equally. On the surface, it seems fair and just, but in reality, if you ignore the different starting points people have in life, it can unintentionally leave some behind. We may not see how privilege, history, or even simple resources affect someone's ability to succeed. This is where ethical blind spots show up. The unintentional neglect of others' circumstances because we assume everyone has the same opportunities. Psychologically, we tend to see the world through our own lens, and it's often hard to step outside that frame. For instance, think about times when someone has faced criticism for something you might overlook. When we're not aware of the impact of our actions, we miss an opportunity for growth, both for ourselves and the people around us. The good news is, recognizing these blind spots is the first step toward change. By cultivating empathy and being open to perspectives that challenge our own, we not only grow as individuals, but we also foster a more inclusive and fair environment. The small awareness shift can transform how we make decisions and, in turn, how we contribute to the world. In life, choices can feel like a maze. Each decision, small or large, sends you down a different path, with its own set of possibilities and consequences. It's an overwhelming experience, and it's easy to feel paralyzed by the fear of making the wrong choice. Whether it's about our careers, relationships, or day-to-day actions, the weight of our decisions often leads to anxiety. This isn't a new dilemma. It's a deeply rooted challenge that has been explored for centuries. Philosophers like Kierkegaard spoke of the angst of making choices, how it defines us, yet also terrifies us. The idea is that the act of choosing creates our identity. When you make a decision, you're not just picking a course of action, you're declaring who you are and what you stand for. And with that declaration comes responsibility, which can be paralyzing. But what if the fear of choosing wasn't the problem? What if the dilemma itself, the tension between options, was the point? The process of choosing, after all, is not just about selecting one path and discarding others. It's about embracing possibility and learning to live with the uncertainty of what could be. For example, when you face a choice, it's tempting to focus solely on the potential regret of the paths not taken. But every choice you make is a step towards something new, an opportunity to learn, grow, and reshape your world. The real dilemma isn't choosing. It's how you choose to embrace the journey, no matter where it leads. In a world full of endless possibilities, perhaps the key isn't perfect decision-making, but the courage to make decisions in the first place. Most of us live inside a story we didn't write. We inherit it from school, culture, family, messages about what's valuable, what's possible, even who we're allowed to be. At some point, that story stops feeling like guidance and starts feeling like a cage. This is the idea behind the mind prison. It's not bars and walls, it's beliefs we never questioned. You might find yourself chasing success, but never feeling satisfied or trying to be enough without knowing what that even means. These aren't flaws. They're signs that the script running in the background might not be yours. Let's take a simple example. Someone raised to believe that being liked is the most important thing might spend years saying yes when they want to say no. Not because they're weak, but because their mind was trained to equate conflict with danger. Over time, that person doesn't just lose choices, they lose clarity about what they actually want. Psychologically, this is tied to cognitive schemas, deep mental models that shape how we interpret the world. When those models are limiting, they don't just hold back actions, they distort reality. You don't just feel stuck, you forget there's a door. But here's the shift. Just because the story started without your input doesn't mean it has to end that way. Awareness is the first crack in the wall. Each moment you question an old belief or try a new response, you loosen its grip. You don't need to burn down your entire worldview. You just need to stop accepting it as the only one. And once that happens, you're no longer a prisoner of your mind. You're the author. You can live your whole life thinking you know yourself, until one moment surprises you. A quiet thought you didn't expect, a reaction you didn't plan, a longing that won't go away. It's strange how something so deeply yours can still feel unfamiliar. But that's the thing about the hidden self. It doesn't show up with introductions. It slips through the cracks, often when you're tired of pretending or finally quiet enough to hear it. Maybe it appears in a choice you didn't make, a dream you quietly gave up, or a version of you that only shows up when no one's watching. Psychologically, we all carry parts of ourselves that get tucked away, either because they didn't fit or because someone taught us they weren't welcome. Carl Jung called this the shadow self, not just the dark, but the unseen. These aren't flaws to be fixed, they're signals, nudging you toward wholeness. Think about a time you surprised yourself, not just by what you did, but by how right it felt. That moment wasn't random. It was a glimpse of something real, not new, just buried. Bringing the hidden self into the light isn't about inventing someone else. It's about reclaiming someone you were always becoming. And the more you do, the less effort it takes to feel like yourself. Sometimes the breakthrough isn't becoming something more. It's remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. You're walking through a hallway at night, and every shadow seems to move just slightly. Not enough to scare you, but enough to make you wonder if your eyes are playing tricks. That's what thoughts can be like. They seem real. They follow you around. But just like those flickers on the wall, they don't always mean danger or truth. Psychologically, thoughts are automatic, often shaped by emotion, habit, or memory. We don't choose them. They appear. Sometimes they whisper old fears. Sometimes they shout criticisms. And often we assume they must be meaningful because they're ours. But in cognitive behavioral therapy, there's a powerful concept. You are not your thoughts. Imagine watching clouds drift by. You don't chase them. You don't argue with them. You just notice them. Thoughts work the same way, especially the ones that say, you're not good enough, or this will never work. They're mental habits, not forecasts. Here's a real moment. Someone makes a mistake at work. The thought hits, I've ruined everything. It feels definitive, but if you pause, you'll realize it's just a thought, not a verdict, not a prophecy, just a shadow. The key isn't to banish negative thoughts. It's to recognize them for what they are, passing patterns in the mind. When we stop treating them like facts, they start losing power. And that's the shift, from reacting to your mind to relating to it, from believing every thought to noticing them like shadows on a wall, shifting, fading, harmless once you stop chasing them. Sometimes the loudest thing in your life isn't outside you, it's the voice inside your head. The one that whispers before a choice, sighs after a mistake, or questions things when everything seems fine. It's subtle, constant, and often goes unnoticed. But it shapes more than we think. Psychologically, this is called self-talk. And while it sounds simple, it's a powerful mechanism that steers how we interpret the world. It's the filter between experience and meaning. When your inner voice says, I always mess this up, the world feels harsher. When it says, this is hard, but I've handled worse, something shifts. Let's say you get passed over for a role you wanted. One voice says, of course, I'm not cut out for this. Another says, not this time, but maybe there's a reason to keep going. The event doesn't change, but the story you tell yourself about it does. That story is what guides your resilience, your self-worth, your choices. We're not born with a fixed narrator. It's a voice we absorb from parents, teachers, culture, and slowly make our own. The good news, you can edit it. You can teach it kindness. You can challenge the harsh lines and rewrite them with curiosity, not judgment. Your inner voice isn't just background noise. It's the script that directs your next scene, and you're allowed to revise it. Sometimes the mind doesn't lie, it just leaves things out. That's what makes consciousness so strange. We think of it as a spotlight, shining truth into the dark. But often, it's more like a filter, not showing us reality as it is, but as we're ready to handle. Take a simple example. You forget a friend's birthday. Days go by, and only later do you remember, with a sudden jolt. That memory wasn't gone. It was just hidden, suppressed by a mind prioritizing your comfort over the truth. Psychologists call this motivated forgetting. Not all forgetting is failure. Some of it is self-preservation, and it goes deeper. We explain our actions in ways that make us look rational, generous, kind, but we often leave out the moments we were scared, jealous, or just unsure. It's not that we're lying. It's that our consciousness edits. It smooths over cracks in our story so we can keep moving without questioning everything. This isn't always bad. That editing helps us cope, stay focused, even feel safe. But it also means some truths, especially the uncomfortable ones, never make it to the surface unless we go looking. That's why reflection matters. Not just thinking, but watching the way we think, what we avoid, what we downplay. Because truth doesn't always arrive fully formed. Sometimes it waits beneath what we believe, hidden in the gaps between memory and meaning. Consciousness doesn't always show us what's real, but it leaves clues. And if we slow down and pay attention, we can start to see the parts we were never supposed to miss. You're born, you're named, you're told who you are, girl or boy, quiet or loud, smart or not. Before you even know yourself, a version of you is already being built around you. Labels stick, roles form, and the longer we wear them, the more real they feel. But identity isn't fixed. It's not carved into us. It's constructed, shaped by what we're praised for, criticized for, expected to be. A child praised for being responsible might grow up always trying to keep it together. Someone teased for being dramatic might learn to mute their emotions. We absorb these roles, sometimes so deeply we forget they were ever optional. Psychologically, this ties into the concept of social identity theory. How much of who we think we are comes from how we're seen by others. We internalize those reflections, turning outside feedback into internal truth. But here's the shift. If identity can be shaped, it can also be reshaped. You're not locked into a character someone else cast you as. The moment you question, do I really believe this? Or what happens if I try differently? That's the moment the illusion starts to loosen. Real growth often begins not with adding something new, but by unlearning what never belonged to you. What feels true today might change tomorrow, and that's not instability, it's liberation. You're not a label, you're a process, a becoming. And every time you challenge who you've been told you are, you get closer to who you really are. You can believe your own lie and not even realize it. That's the strange part about self-deception. It doesn't feel like a trick. It feels like truth, like certainty. But often, what we call certainty is just comfort in disguise. Sometimes it starts small. You tell yourself you're fine, even when you're clearly not. Or that you're not jealous, not scared, not avoiding something. And maybe you genuinely think that's true, because your brain is built to protect you, not just from pain, but from the discomfort of change. That's why it's so easy to believe the version of the story that makes you feel safest. Psychologists call this motivated reasoning. We're not neutral processors of facts. We lean toward conclusions that serve our emotional needs. So we downplay red flags, justify bad habits, even rewrite memories to make ourselves the hero. Not out of malice, but survival. It's the mind trying to keep the self intact. But here's the cost. Growth gets stalled, patterns repeat, and parts of life that could shift remain stuck because we can't admit the full truth to ourselves. Self-awareness isn't just about knowing facts, it's about being willing to sit with the uncomfortable ones. The ones that nudge your ego, question your narrative, or reveal a fear you've been hiding from. There's power in catching yourself in the act, not with judgment, but with curiosity. Not to tear yourself down, but to ask, what else might be true here? Because sometimes the hardest person to be honest with isn't a stranger, it's yourself. And learning how to do that is where real clarity begins. Sometimes you wake up from a dream only to realize you're still dreaming. That quiet disorientation where reality slips through your fingers isn't just a trick of sleep. It's a metaphor hiding in plain sight. We like to think our lives are firmly grounded, that the stories we tell ourselves, the job, the plan, the roles we play, are the full picture. But what if they're just one layer? What if, underneath all of it, there's another dream quietly shaping everything? Philosophers from Descartes to Eastern traditions have wrestled with this. Not to suggest nothing is real, but to ask how much of what we assume is reality is just habit, just an unexamined script we inherited. In psychology, there's a concept called cognitive fusion, when our thoughts feel so true, we don't even question them. But the moment we create a little distance, we realize just because a thought feels real doesn't mean it is. Here's the strange gift of realizing life might be a dream within a dream. It doesn't make the world less meaningful. It makes it more alive. It means we can question the script, change the plot, wake up just a little, even while we're still in it. Because maybe the real shift isn't from dream to waking, but from automatic to aware, from default settings to chosen paths. And in that moment of awareness, even the faintest glimmer, something powerful opens up. You're not stuck in the dream. You're the one dreaming it. There's a kind of fear that doesn't roar. It doesn't shout or throw you into panic. It whispers quietly, like a doubt that lingers in the back of your mind. It sounds like, what if I'm not ready? Or maybe I'm just not meant for this. You don't always notice it at first, but it shapes what you avoid, how small you stay, and the stories you tell yourself about what's possible. That's the thing about internal fear. It rarely feels like fear. It disguises itself as logic, caution, timing. Now's not the right moment. Let me just get a bit more experience. But underneath it all is uncertainty. And in psychology, uncertainty is one of the brain's least favourite states. We're wired to reduce it, even if it means choosing comfort over courage. Let's say someone gets offered a role they've dreamed about, but they hesitate. Not because they don't want it, but because it feels like too much. That hesitation, it's not laziness. It's protection. The mind trying to shield you from failure by keeping you safe in the familiar. But the only way fear loses power is when it's seen clearly. Named for what it is. Not an enemy, but a signal. A sign you've hit the edge of your comfort zone. And while comfort is where we feel good, growth is where we become more. You don't have to erase the fear inside you. You just have to decide it doesn't get to drive. Sometimes the storm isn't outside of us, it's within. That restless energy, the racing thoughts, the ache to understand what we're feeling when we can't quite name it. We're often taught to chase calm, to fix the chaos, to find clarity and fast. But what if clarity doesn't come from silencing the noise? What if it comes from learning to sit inside it? That's the idea behind embracing inner chaos, not avoiding it, not wrestling it into submission, just noticing it, staying curious, letting it speak before we shut it down. Psychologically, this taps into emotional regulation, the skill of observing without reacting. When we stop judging our messiness as failure, we create space to learn from it. Imagine a moment when everything feels off. You want answers, but your mind is spiraling. Instead of demanding control, you pause. You name what's there: confusion, fear, hope, all tangled together. That naming alone begins to soften the edge. The brain is wired for patterns. It craves order. But growth often begins in disorder. Uncertainty stretches our thinking. Frustration forces new insights. Even the act of sitting still with discomfort changes how the nervous system responds over time. It teaches safety, not in perfection, but in presence. So the next time you're spinning, remember, it's okay not to have it sorted. The storm inside you isn't a problem to solve. It's a process unfolding. And sometimes the most powerful thing you can do isn't to fix the chaos, but to let it breathe. Some truths don't need to be shouted. They just quietly reveal themselves when you're not trying so hard to look good or to win or to hide. That's when people's true nature shows up. Not in their highlight reels, but in the way they treat a server, in how they handle waiting, in what they do when they think no one's watching. Philosophers have long argued that our real character isn't found in what we say we believe, but in what we do when it costs us something. That's why integrity is often invisible. It's not about grand gestures. It's about the small, consistent choices made when there's no audience. Think of a friend who checks in when you're low, not just when you're useful. Or someone who owns a mistake instead of blaming someone else. These aren't flashy traits, but they're revealing. Psychologically, this ties into what's called behavioral consistency. Over time, patterns matter more than promises, because under pressure or comfort, the mask slips. And what remains is the real person. So if you want to understand someone, don't ask what they value. Watch what they tolerate. Watch what they protect. Because values aren't just posters on a wall. They're the quiet priorities we live by, whether we name them or not. And if you're wondering what your own true nature is, notice what you default to when no one's expecting anything from you. That's not your performance, that's you. And knowing that, that's where clarity begins. Some thoughts arrive like uninvited guests. They don't knock. They barge in, loud, persistent, and strangely convincing. You're going about your day, and suddenly a voice in your head insists you're behind, failing or not enough. It's not just noise. It feels like truth. But here's what psychology helps us see. Not all thoughts are commands. Some are just mental weather, passing clouds shaped by mood, memory, or stress. When thoughts rebel, it doesn't always mean something is wrong with you. It might just mean your brain is trying to process overload. Let's take a simple example. You finish a project, and instead of relief, a voice pipes up. That wasn't good enough. You didn't invite it. You didn't plan it. But there it is, dulling your sense of accomplishment. In cognitive psychology, these are called automatic negative thoughts, habitual mental loops that latch on when we're vulnerable. And the trick isn't to fight them, it's to notice them. Because once you recognize a rebellious thought as a thought, not a fact, you get some space. Enough space to ask, is this helpful? Is this true? And more often than not, it's not. This doesn't mean forcing positivity. It means practicing awareness, like watching a storm pass from indoors instead of stepping into the rain. The thought may still swirl, but it doesn't get to steer. And that small shift from reaction to observation is often the start of reclaiming peace. Your mind is a powerful place. You don't have to believe everything it tells you. We all carry a flashlight in our minds, always scanning, always trying to make sense of what's around us. But every flashlight casts a shadow too. And sometimes what we avoid seeing says more than what we light up. The mind's dark corners aren't always sinister. Often they're just unexamined. An awkward silence you replay in your head. A strange fear you've never questioned. A belief you've had for years but can't remember why. These aren't glitches, they're invitations. Philosophers call this introspection. Psychology echoes it as metacognition, thinking about our thinking. But in real life it's simpler. It's the pause when you ask, why did that bother me so much? Or what am I really afraid of here? Exploring these corners isn't about fixing yourself. It's about noticing what's there. Because what we bury doesn't disappear. It shapes our choices from the background. And what we confront, even gently, starts to lose its grip. Maybe you find resentment hiding under perfectionism, or loneliness masked as independence. These realizations don't always feel good, but they're honest. And honesty builds freedom. It takes courage to sit with discomfort, to look at thoughts you'd rather ignore. But every time you do, you turn a corner into something clearer, something truer. The goal isn't to shine a light everywhere at once, just to be willing to look, willing to learn. That's how growth begins, not in the spotlight, but in the shadows we're brave enough to explore. You can feel completely still and still be at war inside. That moment when your chest is quiet but your thoughts are loud, when you're smiling through dinner but bracing against something deeper, something sharp, private, unspoken. These are the beginnings of inner battles. Not the kind with obvious triggers or clear solutions. The kind that unfold in silence, in tension, in choices no one else can see. Psychologically, these battles often come from cognitive dissonance, when your actions, values, or needs start pulling in different directions. You might feel torn between who you've always been and who you're trying to become, or between what's expected of you and what actually feels right. Let's say someone's praised for being dependable, always there for others. That praise feels good until it becomes a quiet pressure, a pattern. And one day they feel resentment under the surface. Not because they've changed, but because they've never paused long enough to ask what they need. That's the thing about inner battles. They don't erupt. They unfold slowly in the decisions you delay, the truths you avoid, the patterns you outgrow, even as they keep asking for more. But here's the power in noticing. Once you name the tension, you can begin to navigate it. Not solve everything at once, but start choosing from awareness instead of habit. Because the real fight isn't about winning. It's about listening. It's about aligning. And sometimes the quietest wars are the ones that change us the most. You try to define yourself like a shape with clear edges. But the more you look, the blurrier it gets. You are kind, except when you're impatient. You're confident, until someone questions you. One moment you crave connection, the next you just want to disappear. And none of this is fake. It's all real, just not always at the same time. This isn't a flaw in your identity. It's the truth of it, because the self isn't a fixed object. It's a process, a flow of reactions, memories, habits, and hopes. It adapts. It contradicts. It evolves. Psychologists call this self-concept fluidity, and philosophers have been circling this idea for centuries, that what we call me is more like a story in progress than a final draft. Think about it. How many versions of you have you already been? The kid who believed in magic, the teenager who wanted to be anyone else, the adult still figuring out what it all means. It's easy to feel unsettled by this, like you're supposed to land on a single identity and stick with it. But what if uncertainty isn't the problem? What if it's the point? When you stop needing to have yourself all figured out, you can actually start living, exploring, choosing, updating the story instead of trying to freeze it. You're not unfinished, you're unfolding. And that's not something to fix, that's something to honor. Sometimes learning more about yourself doesn't feel like clarity. It feels like carrying extra weight. You notice the patterns, the way you shrink in meetings, the old habits that still guide your choices. You start seeing not just what you do, but why. And that awareness, as powerful as it is, can feel like too much. Like turning on every light in the house and realizing just how messy it's gotten. This is the paradox. Becoming more conscious is supposed to help, but at first it can actually feel worse. Because now you see what needs to change, and you're also aware of how far that change might be. It's overwhelming. Not because you're doing it wrong, but because you're doing it thoroughly. Psychologically, this process mirrors something called cognitive dissonance, the discomfort that comes from holding two truths at once, like, I want to grow, and I'm not there yet. That tension isn't a flaw. It's a sign that your old self and your new awareness are meeting for the first time. And meetings like that are rarely comfortable. But here's the shift. Heavy doesn't mean harmful. Weight is what builds strength. And feeling that internal pressure can be proof that something meaningful is happening. You're no longer numb. You're no longer blind. You're paying attention. So if awareness feels heavy right now, it's not a sign to stop. It's a sign that you're lifting something real. And with time, that weight becomes movement. Movement becomes change. And change eventually becomes you. Some people get labelled dreamers. Others get called realists. But what if the distinction isn't as clear or as helpful as it seems? The assumption is that dreamers live in the clouds, imagining what could be, while realists keep their feet on the ground, dealing with what is. One inspires, the other executes. And we often feel pressure to pick a side. But psychology offers a different view. The most effective thinking doesn't live at either extreme. It blends both. Cognitive flexibility, the ability to shift between imagination and logic, is linked to better decision-making, creativity, and even emotional resilience. Dreaming fuels vision. Realism shapes it into something usable. Imagine someone starting a business. The dreamer in them sees the future, the impact, the freedom. The realist sees cash flow, logistics, and risk. If either voice gets too loud, things fall apart. Too much realism, and nothing begins. Too much dreaming, and nothing sustains. We all carry both voices. What matters is knowing when to listen to which. When you need to break out of a rut, let the dreamer speak. When it's time to act, bring in the realist. They're not enemies. They're teammates. The most powerful thinkers aren't either or. They're switch hitters. Imagining boldly, then grounding that vision in reality. The future needs both. And the truth is, so do you. Sometimes awareness doesn't arrive with a bang. It hums quietly, in the background of everyday choices, asking questions we usually brush off. Why do I believe that? Where did that reaction come from? Who am I really when no one's watching? These aren't just abstract curiosities. They're echoes of consciousness, small reverberations of deeper knowing that psychology calls metacognition. It's our ability to observe our own thoughts. And while that might sound lofty, it shows up in moments as small as pausing before reacting or catching ourselves in a story we always tell, but never question. Take a familiar situation. You're frustrated, convinced someone else is to blame, but then you step back. Maybe they're not wrong, just seeing things from another side. That shift, it doesn't come from being told what's true. It comes from seeing your own mind work in real time. Psychologically, this ability to self-reflect creates distance between thought and identity. It says, I had that thought instead of I am that thought. That space is where choice lives, where growth starts. Most people move through life reacting, but consciousness invites us to respond with intention, not impulse. It's not always comfortable. Questioning old beliefs rarely is. But it's the birthplace of empathy, curiosity, and change. And every time you pause, notice, and wonder, you strengthen that echo. You make it louder. You become a little more awake to the life you're actually living. You're told who you are long before you understand what that means. Labels like smart, shy, sporty, or stubborn get handed out early. And over time, they start to stick. They shape how others see you and eventually how you see yourself. But what if those labels were just guesses? What if they were never the full picture? It's easy to confuse identity with habit. You do something often enough, it becomes who you are. You're the fixer, the avoider, the overachiever. But roles aren't identities, they're responses, many of them formed under pressure or as ways to feel safe. They made sense once, but do they still? Psychologically, identity is both stable and flexible. Research shows we have core traits, yes, but also an incredible capacity to adapt. The part of you that hesitates isn't your whole story. Neither is the part that always says yes. We grow by questioning the script, not by memorizing it. Try this the next time you catch yourself saying, I'm just not that kind of person. Pause. Ask where that belief came from. Who taught it to you? What evidence are you still using to prove it? And what would happen if you tried something else, even once? Questioning your identity isn't about losing who you are. It's about making room for who you might become. Because growth doesn't always look like action. Sometimes it starts with a better question. One that gently asks, what if there's more to you than you've been told? You could be laughing with friends, focused on a task, or enjoying a quiet walk, and out of nowhere, a thought intrudes. Something you said years ago, something you didn't do, a choice you regret. It slips in like fog through a crack in the door, quiet but heavy. Guilt has a strange way of sneaking into stillness. Not when we're rushing, but when life finally gives us a pause. That's when the brain starts replaying, revisiting old scenes, whispering questions that can't be answered. Why did you do that? What if you had acted differently? Psychologically, this is known as intrusive rumination. The mind reactivates guilt as if it's trying to solve something, but it rarely gets resolution, just repetition. And because guilt feels moral, like the right kind of pain, we often let it linger longer than it should, as if suffering might somehow balance the scales. But here's what's often missing: compassion. Not for others, most of us give that freely, but for ourselves. The kind that says, you did the best you could with who you were back then. That doesn't excuse everything, but it changes the tone. It opens space for accountability without self-destruction. Reflection helps us grow, but fixation keeps us stuck. When guilt lurks, the goal isn't to chase it away, it's to meet it with clarity, to ask what it's trying to teach, and when it's time to let go, because guilt is a signal, not a sentence. You set a goal, then somehow trip over your own shoelaces on the way there. Not because you're clumsy, but because something inside you quietly put those laces in the way. That's self-sabotage. And it often doesn't look dramatic. It looks reasonable. You delay starting, over-prepare, pick fights before big moments, or chase perfect until nothing gets finished. At first glance, it can seem like laziness or lack of willpower, but underneath, self-sabotage is usually a protective move. It's fear dressed as strategy, the fear of failure, success, judgment, or change. If you don't give it your full shot, you never have to face what happens if your best isn't enough. That kind of emotional math makes sense to your nervous system even when it doesn't to your plans. Psychologically, this ties to something called cognitive dissonance, the tension between who you think you are and what you're doing. If deep down you doubt your worth or fear being exposed, your brain tries to ease the conflict by creating friction, not consciously, but in small, consistent ways that stall your own momentum. Recognizing self-sabotage isn't about shame. It's about compassion, about asking, what fear is this behavior protecting me from? And is there a kinder way to move forward? You don't have to be fearless to stop sabotaging yourself. You just have to be willing to be honest and to choose small, brave steps, even when a part of you still wants to run the other way. Most people think the mind is a container, something you fill with knowledge, beliefs, opinions. But what if it's more like a house you didn't build yourself? Rooms formed by culture, corridors shaped by childhood, doors locked without you even knowing. Every now and then, something cracks a window. A strange idea. A question you can't unask. Philosophy has a way of doing that. Not by giving answers, but by unsettling the ones you didn't realize you were standing on. Like Descartes, wondering if he could trust anything but the fact that he was thinking. Or Zeno showing that motion itself defies logic. These aren't riddles for fun, they're flashlights in the basement. They reveal how much of what we call reality is a patchwork of assumption and habit. Here's the catch. When you start thinking this way, you don't just rearrange your thoughts. You start seeing your own mind as something to explore. Not control, not conquer, explore. That shift creates space. Suddenly it's not just about what's true. It's about who you are without the scaffolding of certainty. Psychologically, this kind of mental disruption is both uncomfortable and transformative. It activates what researchers call cognitive flexibility, the ability to entertain new perspectives. And that's not a threat to identity. It's how identity evolves. So maybe the point isn't to tear down the whole house. Maybe it's to realize you can open a wall, add a skylight, step outside. Sometimes the biggest breakthroughs come not from thinking harder, but from thinking beyond. It doesn't take chains to trap someone. Sometimes all it takes is an old belief, a harsh memory, or a voice in your head that keeps repeating what you can't do. We build these inner prisons over time, brick by brick, without even noticing. A mistake that became a story. A fear that became a rule. And soon, you're not living freely, you're navigating carefully, not reaching, just coping, But here's the truth psychology teaches us. The walls inside are often made of thoughts, not facts. And thoughts can be challenged. The inner prison breaks not through force, but through awareness. One honest moment of questioning, what if this isn't true anymore, can loosen a brick. One act of self-compassion can unlock a door. Think about the kid who's told they're not smart enough. That script can follow them into adulthood, shaping decisions, shrinking dreams. Until one day, they try anyway. They ask a question, apply for the job, speak up in the room. And that single act becomes a crack of light through concrete. Psychologically, this shift ties to what's called cognitive reappraisal, reframing old thoughts with new truths. It's not about pretending things were easy. It's about refusing to let them define you. Most prisons built in the mind can be reshaped by the same mind, and often the key isn't strength. It's belief that you deserve to walk free. Most of us walk through life assuming the world we see is the world that is. But often it's just the world we've been taught to expect. The roles we play, the paths we follow, even the things we chase, many of them come from outside us. We inherit them, and without noticing, we start mistaking them for truth. This is the illusion that what we've been shown is all there is, that success looks one way, that worth is measured the same for everyone. But psychologically, this is a version of what's called cognitive framing, where our mind filters reality based on the stories we have absorbed. Those frames shape how we interpret everything, from achievement to failure to happiness itself. Consider someone who grows up being told that productivity equals value. Rest starts to feel like laziness. Joy starts to feel undeserved. But what if the frame is wrong? What if rest is necessary and joy is wise? Letting go of the illusion doesn't mean rejecting everything. It means stepping back far enough to see the frame itself, to ask, who decided this? Does it fit me? Do I want it? Freedom from illusion isn't a moment, it's a practice. A kind of mental clarity that comes from curiosity, not cynicism. It grows when we question gently, when we notice what feels off, and when we choose what's real over what's rehearsed. The goal isn't to see everything, it's to see clearly enough to decide for ourselves. And that kind of seeing is where freedom begins. Emptiness gets a bad reputation. We treat it like something's wrong, like we're missing out, or not trying hard enough. But sometimes what we call emptiness is actually something else. A pause, a clearing, a kind of space that's waiting to be noticed, not filled. It shows up on quiet afternoons, or in moments when everything slows down and there's no noise to drown out the question, what now? That can feel unsettling, like we should be doing more, reaching for something, proving our place. But what if that stillness isn't a void? What if it's an opening? Psychologically, the human brain craves patterns and stimulation. We reach for distractions, not just to be entertained, but to avoid the discomfort of not knowing. Yet that discomfort is where new things begin. In therapy and mindfulness, this state is sometimes called fertile emptiness. It's the emotional quiet before insight arrives. Think about when people leave a job, end a relationship, or move cities. That in between can feel like floating. But it's also when reflection happens, when clarity sneaks in sideways. Not with answers, but with questions that actually matter. You don't have to rush to fix the quiet. You can listen to it, let it stretch, let it breathe. Because sometimes the most alive part of life isn't when you're full of plans or noise or certainty. It's when you're still enough to feel what's trying to emerge. And in that stillness, emptiness becomes something else entirely. It becomes alive. You've probably felt it, that odd silence in a room, or the infinite black behind closed eyes, that space where nothing seems to be happening. But what if that nothing isn't empty at all? In philosophy, nothingness isn't just the absence of something. It's a concept that has shaped entire systems of thought. Ancient thinkers saw it as a void to be feared. In modern existentialism, it became a mirror. Jean-Paul Sartre argued that nothingness is what allows us to choose, to imagine, to become. Without it, everything would be fixed. We'd be stuck. Take a simple moment. You're staring at the ceiling, no plans, no noise. On the surface, it's empty. But in that stillness, your mind drifts. Possibility enters. That pause isn't a lack. It's the condition for freedom. Psychologically, we're wired to fill space. Silence makes us fidget. Gaps feel awkward. But those in-between spaces, pauses in conversation, breaks in routine, moments of quiet, they give meaning to everything else, like the rests in music or the blank canvas behind a painting. Nothingness challenges us because it asks a deeper question. Who are you when nothing is demanding your attention? It's not about escaping into the void. It's about understanding that the spaces we often rush past might hold the most potential. In the absence of noise, there's room for awareness. In the lack of structure, space for growth. Maybe nothingness isn't what's missing. It's what makes becoming possible. Some questions sneak into your thoughts without knocking. Like this one. Is death really the end? For most of us, the answer has always felt obvious. Life ends, and that's it. But philosophy doesn't let us off so easily. It asks what we mean by end, and more importantly, what we assume about what comes before it. The ancient Stoics saw death as a return, a dissolving of the self back into the whole, like a drop of water into the sea. Others, like Socrates, suggested it might be a doorway, not a wall. Something changes, yes, but whether that's disappearance or transformation is still up for debate. Psychologically, how we view death shapes how we live. People who see it as final often focus more sharply on the present, on legacy, love, and what can be controlled now. But those who see it as a continuation of spirit, energy, or memory may live with a sense of enduring purpose, as if part of them stretches beyond the visible horizon. Neither view is right in the provable sense, but both are powerful lenses. They shape how we grieve, how we celebrate, and how we choose meaning. Maybe death isn't about answers. Maybe it's a mirror, reflecting the values, fears, and hopes we carry through life. Not just a question of what ends, but a reminder to ask what we're doing with the time that hasn't yet run out. Some people picture a great beyond, clouds, reunion, peace. Others just silence, nothing, no lights, no tunnel, just a quiet stop. And somewhere between those extremes sits a question that most of us don't ask until life demands it. What comes after? It's not really about belief, it's about meaning. The idea that everything we do, every connection we make, every act of kindness, every mistake, either carries forward or it doesn't. And that thought alone can shift how we live right now. For some, the possibility of an afterlife brings comfort, a reason to act with integrity, to love deeply, to repair what's broken. For others, the idea of nothingness does the same. Because if this is all we get, then every moment counts. Every hug, every laugh, every quiet night with someone you care about, it all becomes more precious, not less. Psychologically, this tension between afterlife or void taps into our need for continuity. Studies show that people who find peace with either outcome tend to live with more intention. They don't avoid the question, they let it sharpen their values. So maybe the real choice isn't between what happens after, but how we let the mystery shape what happens while we're here. Whether you believe in a soul's next chapter or just this one beautiful page, the question still matters. Because in the asking, we remember to live like it all means something. And maybe that's the point. Some people drift through life wondering why they feel unanchored. But what if the missing piece isn't energy or opportunity, but purpose? Without a sense of direction, even the busiest life can feel hollow. You wake up, go through routines, meet deadlines, reply to messages, but underneath it all there's a kind of static, a low-grade chaos. That tension comes from misalignment between what you do and what truly matters to you. Purpose isn't about grand missions or lifelong vows. It's about clarity, knowing, even in small moments, why you're doing what you're doing. A parent making breakfast, not out of obligation, but out of love. A student studying not just for grades, but for curiosity. When the why is clear, the work feels lighter. The effort has weight, not just motion. Psychologically, purpose gives structure to experience. Research shows it increases resilience, focus, even physical health. It acts like a compass, filtering out distractions and grounding decision-making. Without it, everything competes for your attention. With it, things start to line up. And the beautiful part? Purpose can be chosen. You don't have to wait to be struck by it. You can build it by noticing what you care about, by showing up for what feels real, by asking, does this move me closer to who I want to be? In a world that pulls you in 100 directions, purpose isn't a luxury, it's protection. Without it, life scatters. With it, chaos becomes coherence. Some pain arrives without a clear reason. A loved one leaves, a body breaks down, a future you imagine disappears, and there's no answer that satisfies the question, why? But suffering isn't just something to endure. It reveals. It interrupts autopilot and asks us to pay attention to what we value, to what we avoid, to what we've outgrown. Psychologically, humans are wired to seek comfort and predictability. But growth rarely happens in those conditions. It happens when a belief gets tested, when a pattern stops working, when we're forced to confront what we've ignored. Think about heartbreak. It doesn't just hurt, it exposes the parts of us still longing to be chosen, still afraid of being alone, or grief. It shatters the illusion of permanence and reminds us of what truly matters. These moments strip away the surface and invite us into depth. In neuroscience, there's a concept called neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself. And interestingly, suffering is one of the catalysts. Emotional upheaval, as hard as it is, creates the conditions for rewiring. That's not to glorify pain, it's to acknowledge its strange, often unwelcome wisdom. You don't have to like suffering, but if you meet it with curiosity instead of resistance, it can become more than a wound. It can become a mirror, not of who you were, but of who you're becoming. Sometimes the question isn't, why am I suffering, but what is this showing me? And that shift from punishment to perspective can change everything. We often chase freedom, like it's somewhere far off, after the promotion, the move, the big decision. But true freedom doesn't always arrive with fireworks or grand gestures. Sometimes it slips in quietly when you realize you don't have to prove yourself anymore. Think about how much of life is lived in reaction to expectations, to comparisons, to invisible checklists. You work harder to earn approval, speak louder to be heard, make choices that look good on the outside. But in that constant effort to match the world's image of success, something quieter gets buried, your own voice. Real freedom begins the moment you stop asking, "What will they think?" and start asking, "What matters to me?" It's not rebellion or detachment. It's the soft, steady confidence that you can live by your values even when no one's clapping. This shift is deeply psychological. In self-determination theory, autonomy isn't about isolation. It's about feeling like your choices come from within. People thrive when their motivation is intrinsic, when they act not out of fear or pressure, but alignment. That's what makes freedom sustainable. It's not granted by the world, it's generated from inside. And here's the paradox: the more you act from that place of inner clarity, the more connected you feel to others, to purpose, to life itself. You show up not as a role, but as a person. You're no longer trying to escape your life, you're finally living it. That's what freedom really feels like. A spark in a storm, a heartbeat in the quiet. That's what life is, raw, electric, stubbornly present, even in the hardest moments. And sometimes, in chasing purpose or success or meaning, we forget something quietly radical. The very fact that we're alive is power in itself. We think power comes from control or certainty, from having a plan, a title, a win. But there's another kind of strength, less flashy, more enduring. It's the kind that shows up when you keep going after a failure, when you hold space for someone else's pain, when you laugh, even when the day didn't deserve it. That kind of power is rooted in aliveness, in emotion, in choice. And it's backed by something deeply psychological, our capacity for self-awareness, for reflection, for resilience. In neuroscience, they call it neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to adapt and change. We're not stuck, not even close. Being alive means we can rewrite, reroute, rebuild. Think about it. A breath is a beginning. A pause can be a pivot. Just waking up and choosing again. That's power, not the loud kind, not the kind that headlines, but the kind that heals, that connects, that survives. So when life feels aimless or heavy or strange, remember this: you don't have to figure it all out to stand in your power. You're already doing it. Every moment you choose to care, to show up, to keep trying. Life isn't something we solve, it's something we live. And that in itself is power. It's easy to think of death as a full stop, a hard end. But some cultures, philosophies, and even modern thinkers suggest it might be more like a comma, a pause before something else begins. The idea that consciousness could persist beyond the body isn't just the stuff of myths or religion. It's a question that's quietly lingered in science and psychology too. Near-death experiences, accounts of awareness under anesthesia, or the phenomenon of terminal lucidity, where clarity emerges just before death, have all stirred the same quiet thought. What if there's more? Some traditions describe death not as a disappearance, but as a return, a shedding of the physical form to rejoin something larger. Others see it as a continuation, a rebirth, or a merging with all that is. The language changes, but the yearning is the same, to believe that love, memory, and self don't simply vanish. And even for those who think this life is all there is, the idea of living on through impact, legacy, or connection can feel just as eternal. Psychologically, humans are wired to seek meaning. We need stories that make our time here count, that shape not just how we live, but how we face what comes after. So maybe the question isn't just what happens after death. Maybe it's what kind of reality we choose to believe in while we're alive. One that ends with silence, or one that continues somehow through the echoes we leave behind. You can do everything right, apply the effort, show the care, follow every rule, and still feel like the universe hasn't noticed. Like your quiet persistence is met with silence. No signs, no signals, just space. It's tempting to take that silence personally, to believe that the absence of affirmation means absence of progress. But that's not how the universe works. It doesn't cheer you on like a coach or mark milestones like a GPS. It's more like soil. It doesn't tell the seed when to bloom. It just holds space until it's ready. In psychology, this taps into a concept called variable reinforcement. Our brains crave feedback, especially when we're trying hard. But when that feedback is delayed or absent, we tend to question the value of the effort itself. We wonder if we're wasting our time. But in truth, this gap, this space of not knowing, is where most growth actually happens. Think of artists who keep creating despite no audience, or a student studying long before grades show up. The reward isn't always visible at first. Sometimes the universe seems to ignore you, not to punish, but to see if you'll continue without applause. And if you do, if you keep showing up, keep building, keep caring, that's not invisibility, that's integrity. Because the truth is, the universe might not reward you right away, but it's always watching, and eventually it responds, quietly, in its own time. But it does. Sometimes the mess is the moment that matters most. A project falls apart, a plan derails, something you relied on suddenly disappears, and in that first rush of panic or frustration, it feels like everything is breaking. But chaos, as disorienting as it is, has a strange gift hidden inside it. It interrupts autopilot. Psychologically, we're wired to seek predictability. It conserves energy, keeps us safe, but over time, comfort can lead to stagnation. We stop questioning the routines. We follow the rules we didn't realize we agreed to. Chaos shatters that. Take someone who loses their job unexpectedly. At first, it's fear, embarrassment, grief, but soon after, a shift begins. With no path laid out, they start asking different questions. What do I actually want? What have I been putting off? Sometimes that detour becomes the place they finally find direction. In behavioral science, this moment is sometimes called discontinuity, a break in the system that allows new behaviors to form. It's the same reason people change habits after a move or a breakup. The disruption itself creates space for reinvention. It doesn't mean we need to chase chaos, but when it finds us, as it always does, we can choose not just to survive it, but to learn from it. Because the pieces don't always have to go back the way they were. Sometimes the fracture is what lets the light in. Sometimes chaos isn't the end of the story. It's the start of a new one. There's a moment, often late at night or in the quiet between distractions, when a strange question floats to the surface. What if none of this means what we think it does? The void isn't emptiness. It's the space that opens when certainty slips away. When familiar ideas like success, identity, even time itself feel less like facts and more like habits we've agreed to follow. Philosophy invites us into that space, not to fill it, but to sit with it. In ancient thought, the void was feared and revered. The Greeks imagined chaos before order. The Taoists saw the empty vessel as the most useful one. And modern thinkers ask, if everything we build on meaning is made up, what's left when we strip it all back? Sometimes the void is internal. A loss, a change, a moment when the story we've been telling ourselves suddenly stops making sense. That can feel terrifying, but it can also be freeing, because if meaning can fall apart, it can also be made anew. Psychologically, humans crave coherence. We want things to add up, but living with the unknown, even briefly, makes us more flexible, more open. It's what allows us to reinvent, to empathize, to evolve. So maybe the void isn't the end of meaning. Maybe it's where meaning begins again, from choice, from presence, from asking better questions, not just finding neater answers. Because in that space between certainty and chaos, we discover who we are when no one is watching, and what truly matters when everything else falls away. It's strange how love stays. Even when someone's gone, really gone, their presence doesn't just disappear. It lingers in small things. A song on the radio, a phrase you still hear in your head, the way your hand reaches for the phone before remembering there's no one to answer. Psychologically, grief is often framed as something to get through, but more recent research challenges that. Instead of closure, we form what's called continuing bonds. The relationship doesn't end, it changes form. You stop seeing them in front of you, but you start feeling them around you. And this shift matters. It means we're not crazy for talking to someone who's not there, or for feeling their presence during a decision, like they're quietly weighing in. In fact, that's part of how we carry love forward, not as a ghost story, but as a memory that advises, comforts, steadies. There's a reason so many cultures honor ancestors or keep a seat at the table. It's not about denial, it's about recognition. That love is not a contract with an expiration date. It's something we metabolize, store, and slowly thread into who we are. Loss doesn't mean love failed. If anything, it proves how deeply it worked, because what love leaves behind isn't emptiness. It's the imprint of connection, still shaping us, still showing up, even after goodbye. We usually think of pain as something to get rid of. Numb it, fix it, push past it. But pain, emotional or physical, is not just a signal that something's wrong. It's a signal that something matters. In psychology, pain is considered an attention mechanism. It forces you to stop, to notice. It demands presence in a way that comfort never does. When you touch a hot stove, pain teaches you not to touch it again. When your heart breaks, pain teaches you what you value, where your boundaries are, or what kind of love you deserve. But the lesson doesn't always come right away. Pain is rarely articulate in the moment. At first, it just feels like overwhelm, like the world has gone silent except for the part that hurts. But over time, and with reflection, it often reveals patterns, places we've ignored ourselves, stories we've been telling that no longer hold up. This is why numbing pain too quickly can be a missed opportunity. Not because you should suffer unnecessarily, but because pain has information. It shows you your limits. It highlights your needs. It pulls your attention to parts of yourself that need care, not just correction. The goal isn't to idolize pain or chase it. It's to learn how to listen to it, to sit with it long enough to hear what it's saying. Because sometimes the most painful moments in life are also the most honest. And that honesty, though it stings, is what helps us grow. Pain teaches, if we're willing to learn. Every decision seems to carry weight now, even the small ones. What to wear, what to read, what to do with your life. There's this sense that if you don't pick exactly right, you might miss something better, just out of frame. That feeling has a name: choice overload. Psychologists describe it as the paradox of choice. More options should mean more freedom, but often it leads to anxiety, second-guessing, and regret. Not because we're indecisive, but because we're human. Let's say you're scrolling through jobs or places to travel, or just deciding what to watch. At first, all those options feel exciting, but slowly, the weight creeps in. What if I choose wrong? What if something better's next? So you pause, you wait, you hesitate. In small moments, this shows up as decision fatigue, your brain getting tired from tiny choices all day. In big moments, it looks like life on hold. Psychologically, too many options can actually lower satisfaction, because when nothing feels like a clear yes, every no feels like a potential mistake. And the truth is, some of them will be, but not choosing at all. That carries a cost too. Clarity often comes after the decision, not before it. Because choice isn't about predicting the perfect outcome. It's about committing to a direction, then shaping what comes next. So when choice feels endless, don't wait for the perfect one to arrive. Choose something you can care about. Then let your actions turn it into the right path. You can be walking to the grocery store or brushing your teeth, and suddenly it hits, this hollow tug in your chest, a strange sense that something's missing, even when nothing is obviously wrong. That's the inner abyss. It's not loud or dramatic. It's quiet, almost polite, but it asks questions that echo. What's the point? Am I doing any of this right? Most people try to fill it. Distraction, work, achievement, even constant self-improvement. But what if the abyss isn't asking to be filled? What if it's asking to be felt? Philosophically, this idea traces back to existential thinkers like Kierkegaard and Camus, who didn't see life's uncertainty as a flaw, but as a feature. That emptiness. It's a space for meaning to emerge. Not something to escape, but something to meet. Imagine a friend sitting beside you saying, "I feel so lost right now." You don't try to fix it. You just sit with them. And somehow, that shared silence holds more comfort than any answer. The same goes for yourself. When you face your own inner abyss with gentleness instead of panic, it shifts. It stops being a threat. It becomes a mirror. The abyss doesn't mean you're broken. It means you're awake, alive enough to question, conscious enough to care. And in that space, scary as it may feel, is also where awe lives, and wonder, and the first flickers of a purpose that isn't borrowed, but yours. Silence makes people nervous. We rush to fill it with noise, explanations, apologies, reassurances. But in that quiet space, something powerful is happening. Emotion gathers, meaning sharpens. And the unsaid often says more than words ever could. We tend to think silence is a void, awkward, passive, empty. But in psychology, it's often the opposite. Silence invites presence. It creates room for reflection, both in ourselves and in others. It signals that something matters, that this moment deserves a pause, not a punchline. Think about the last time someone just sat with you in a hard moment. No advice, no stories, no fixing, just being there. Chances are that moment stuck with you, not because of what was said, but because of what wasn't. That kind of silence isn't empty. It's full of attention. Even in conversation, silence can be a tool. A well-timed pause can soften a tense exchange or deepen a heartfelt one. It gives people time to feel instead of just react. And it shows you're not just waiting for your turn to speak, you're actually listening. Neurologically, our brains use quiet to process, to connect dots, to integrate feelings. Without it, everything becomes noise, more input, less meaning. So the next time silence shows up, try not to run from it. Try leaning into it. Trust that even in stillness, something is unfolding. Because sometimes The most profound connection isn't made with a perfect phrase or clever reply. Sometimes silence says everything. We spend our lives building stories of who we are, what matters, what comes next. But underneath all of it sits the one truth we rarely touch. None of us gets to write the final chapter. That uncertainty, the fact that life ends and we don't know exactly how or when, is often seen as something to fear or avoid. But maybe it's the very thing that gives the rest of the story its weight. In psychology, this is called mortality salience, the awareness that life is finite. And while it can bring anxiety, research shows it also sharpens focus. It nudges us to live more intentionally, to forgive faster, to speak more honestly, to love more freely. Not because we know what happens after, but because we don't. Think of the way people speak at funerals. It's rarely about achievements or possessions. It's about presence, kindness, the moments that felt real. That clarity doesn't come from knowing the answers. It comes from accepting the mystery. In that way, the unknown isn't just an ending. It's a mirror. It reflects back what we value, what we regret, what we still have time to change. And that awareness, if we let it, can make life feel more vivid, not less. So we don't have to solve the mystery to honour it. We just have to live like it matters. And maybe that's the point. The final mystery isn't here to be conquered. It's here to remind us to be awake while we're still in the middle of the story. There's something strange about how we experience time. A minute can crawl when you're stuck in traffic, but disappear when you're laughing with a friend. Childhood summers felt endless. Now, years pass in a blink. Time itself hasn't changed, but our experience of it has. That's not just poetic, it's psychological. In neuroscience, time isn't a fixed sense like sight or sound. It's constructed, shaped by attention, memory, and emotion. When something new or intense happens, your brain lays down more detailed memories. That richness makes time feel longer in hindsight. But routine, repetition, they blur together, making whole weeks feel like they vanished. There's also the moment-to-moment weirdness. Waiting for news stretches painfully. But being busy compresses hours. That's because attention is what fuels your sense of the now. When you're fully engaged, time flows. When you're bored, it stalls. Some philosophers go further. They argue the past is memory, the future is imagination, and only this moment is real. Yet even now is a construct. Your brain is constantly predicting what will happen next and adjusting what just happened, all in milliseconds. So is time real? Physically, yes. But psychologically, it's a feeling, a perception, and it's flexible. The insight here isn't to fear how fast time moves. It's to notice that how you live shapes how you experience it. Novelty stretches it. Presence deepens it. And meaning makes it matter. Maybe time isn't something we keep. Maybe it's something we create. Some questions never go away. They echo in quiet moments, on a walk home, staring at the ceiling or watching the sun dip below the horizon. Questions like, why am I here? Not in a dramatic sense, but in that subtle, weighty way that makes everything else feel smaller. There's a particular kind of discomfort in not having an answer. Most of life trains us to solve, to fix, to decide. But some parts of existence resist clarity. They ask to be sat with, not solved. Psychologically, the human brain craves certainty. It makes us feel safe. Yet our deepest insights often come not from resolution, but from rumination, from the space where we don't know. But we're willing to feel it anyway. Consider a moment of grief. No logic erases it, or love when it arrives without reason or stays against all odds. These aren't puzzles with solutions. They're experiences that shape us precisely because they're open-ended. And maybe that's the quiet power of living without the answer. It builds capacity for wonder, for ambiguity, for being fully present in a life we don't fully understand. Not knowing doesn't mean you're lost. It means you're awake. And in a world that rushes towards certainty, staying with the question might be the most honest thing you can do. It's strange how something ending can feel like everything is falling apart, and yet somehow that's often when the pieces start falling into place. The end of a relationship, a job, a chapter of life, it can feel final, like a door slamming shut. But psychologically, endings do more than create loss. They create space. When something familiar ends, the routines that once filled our days dissolve. That blank space feels uncomfortable, but it's also where imagination stretches. New goals, new roles, new perspectives, they start in that silence. In behavioral psychology, this is tied to what's called discontinuity. Our habits are deeply linked to context. Change the context, like moving cities or graduating school, and suddenly change becomes easier. You're no longer repeating yesterday. You're not trying to build on old ground. You're free to lay new foundations. Think about someone who lost their job. At first, there's fear, doubt, maybe even shame. But with time, the question shifts from what now to what if. Maybe they explore a different career. Maybe they reconnect with something they used to love. The ending didn't break them. It broke the pattern, and from there, something new could grow. Not every ending feels hopeful right away. But endings have a way of showing us what's essential, of stripping away what no longer fits. And that clarity, it's not a void, it's a beginning. There's a kind of music in the night sky, not one we can hum or record, but it's there, woven into the silence between stars, vibrating through a vacuum that carries no sound. It's strange, isn't it, that something so vast, so loud in its beauty, is silent. Cosmologists once thought the universe's silence meant emptiness, but now we know it's filled with signals, microwaves, radiation, gravitational ripples. The cosmos is humming. Just not in a way we're used to hearing. It's a reminder that silence doesn't mean absence. Sometimes it's just a different kind of presence. And we forget that closer to home too. We fill our lives with noise, conversations, notifications, background buzz, half out of habit, half out of fear of what silence might reveal. But psychologically, silence is more than the space between sounds. It activates reflection, curiosity, even healing. The brain doesn't power down in quiet, it actually lights up in a different way. Think of those moments, gazing at the sky, lying in bed before sleep, sitting by the ocean. There's something about those silences that feels cosmic, because in stillness, we tune back into a deeper frequency, one that doesn't shout to be heard. Maybe that's what the cosmos is showing us. That silence isn't a lack of voice, it's a language, one that doesn't demand but invites. And if we're willing to listen differently, we might find that the universe has been singing all along. Some people stay for their kids. Some stay because of a promise. Others stay because something small, a song, a smile, a morning coffee, makes it just bearable enough. We talk about why people give up, but we rarely ask the deeper question: why do we keep going? Psychologically, the answer isn't always grand. It's not purpose with a capital P. It's often something far quieter. Hope, habit, a flicker of connection. The brain is wired to seek meaning even in pain. And often, meaning is stitched together from small daily acts. Texts you send, meals you share, laughter that catches you off guard. Sometimes it's not belief in a better future that carries us, but the rhythm of a familiar present. The walk you take, the pet that greets you, even the chore you dread becomes a reason because it anchors you to the world. And when that's not enough, it's often another person who holds the thread, a friend who checks in, a stranger who smiles. Connection is a survival mechanism, not just a comfort. So if you're wondering why we keep living, it's not always because life is easy or beautiful. Sometimes it's because someone reminds us that we still matter. That in the noise and the wait, there's still a reason to stay. And sometimes that reason is as small as being here to ask the question. Sometimes the most powerful truths don't shout, they whisper. They don't arrive with clarity, but with questions. And instead of giving answers, they make you sit with discomfort, uncertainty, awe. That's their nature. Some truths aren't just hard to find. They're designed to be hidden, layered beneath habit, fear, or the stories we've been told about how the world works. Think about it. How often do we accept what's visible because it's easier than exploring what's real? We nod along to convention, follow the rules we've inherited, even when something in us aches for more. Philosophy steps in here, not to hand us facts, but to reveal the scaffolding of our beliefs. It asks, what if the things we assume are solid aren't? What if free will is an illusion? What if time isn't what we think it is? What if the self is just a story the brain tells? That kind of inquiry doesn't always lead to clarity, but it does lead to awareness. And that shift matters. Psychologically, when we question our frameworks, it expands cognitive flexibility. We're less reactive, more reflective, less certain, more curious. And curiosity is where growth begins. Truth doesn't always arrive wrapped and labelled. Sometimes it's hidden in the contradiction, in the paradox, in the space where answers don't live yet. And maybe that's the point. Not to solve life, but to experience it more fully by daring to ask better questions. Because even when truth remains hidden, the search itself shapes who we become. Some people just wake up and do the thing. No clear reward, no applause, no grand narrative pushing them forward. They move like it matters, because to them, somehow it does. Purpose without reason can be hard to explain. It's not always driven by goals or logic. Sometimes it's just a quiet pull towards something that makes you feel more alive. Maybe it's painting in a room no one enters, or showing up for a friend who may never know how much it meant, or learning something new with no intention of using it, and still you do it. Psychologically, this taps into something deeper than motivation. It's linked to meaning. Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor, wrote that humans are wired for meaning more than happiness. We can endure suffering, monotony, even setbacks, if we believe there's a thread of meaning running through it. It doesn't have to be profound. Often, it's deeply ordinary. The daily rituals that hold us together when the world feels random. The acts that feel right, even when they make no sense on paper. Not everything that matters can be measured. Purpose without reason is a reminder. Your life doesn't have to be justified by metrics or milestones. Some of the most meaningful things you'll ever do might not come with a reason at all. Just a feeling that it's yours to do, and maybe that's the reason. There's a moment in every journey when the noise quiets and a strange kind of stillness sets in, not because everything is resolved, but because something deeper is about to surface. That's stillness. It's the space where the final revelation begins to take shape. It doesn't always arrive with fireworks or clarity. Sometimes it shows up in the subtlest of shifts, a sentence that lands differently, a glance that lingers too long, a truth you can't unhear. These moments don't explain life. They question it. They tug at the edges of what you thought was certain. Philosophers have long said the examined life is the only one worth living, but examination isn't neat. It pulls you inward, challenges your roles, your values, your patterns. And the biggest revelations often don't tell you what to do. They simply ask, what if this isn't all there is? Psychologically, these moments are tied to what's called cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort of holding two opposing truths. It's what drives growth. Because when something no longer fits, you either break or expand. Think about a time your worldview cracked. Maybe a conversation undid years of belief. Maybe a failure taught you what success never could. The final revelation isn't the end. It's the point where pretending doesn't work anymore. What follows is choice. To shift, to wake up, to live a little more on purpose. Not everything needs to be understood. But the truths we can't ignore, those are the ones that change us. And they don't shout. They wait until we're ready to see.